Each and all, friends we keep close and other friends we keep even closer. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for October 18th, 2020. It's the North American team. The hosts are Alex Skoric and myself, Mark Anderson. Like to go into a little clip from the store, and then we're going to hear part of Randy's interview on the BBS radio with Mr. Kesh regarding some technology and some politics. And then we'll go right into Alex's sharing his knowledge with us. So here we go. Okay, I seem to lost my image for a minute. I wanted the universal unit and the materials enhancement unit juxtaposed for this audio, but we'll get it and bring it up in a minute. Can you see the background for today's meeting? Anyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to Randy's audio interview, and then I'll pull up the background that I wanted, and you'll hopefully see it on the screen. This will go for about 17 minutes. Mr. Kesh commenting on the technology and the political situation around the world, and some scientific people as well. So here we go. Hopefully it works. This will be a first for me.
And essentially, the technology now is under review and understanding by all scientists and people who, what we call, understand the creation of new technology, understand the essence of the new technology. In reality, what you see on the screen is an enhancement unit for producing material with number of what we call the buyers and the officials who come to see the unit in Linz. And when we close it, as you've seen it, this is, if you look on the picture on the screen, this center is like a sun, and inside we set up a structure like the Earth, the Saturn. We can choose, and we can produce the materials which are on Earth. It's when it closes inside, it's like a solar system. When it closes in another version, which has got a chair, it's like the womb of the mother. You receive what you need. We create a mini version of the womb. And when you're in the womb of the mother, you're not fed, you're given freely. And that's what we do. And there are new versions of this, which is for space travel, which creates lift and motion. Essentially, we have understood the essence of creation, and we replicated it being in life by sitting on it, or sitting in it, or being part of it. This allows us to become passengers of the universe without ever depending on Earth. And with it comes a lot of psychological taboos which we had in respect to how things are done. And essentially, world scientists are radically and rapidly taking into it, understanding it. It allows us to teach freely the new technology, and with it brings new dimensions.
And how is the present scientific community handling this information, Mr. Kesh?
2 years ago, maybe around 2 years ago, the national security of China and the government came to in a meeting in Beijing office, and they said they want to bring some of the scientists to understand this technology after a presentation. They said by next week we bring our leading scientists, and then we discuss. They came back with the, what we call leading scientists, and with 2 of them, after asking for 2-3 days more extension. And we said, okay, the 2 scientists came, and they said to us with the officials from the Chinese government that we went to all leading universities and scientists in China, telling them that there's a discovery of new technology we want them to understand. And they said, 95% of our scientists know about you. We didn't know this extension of the spread of the knowledge. And they've sent 2 people, leading scientists in energy and another, just to greet you and thank you for the technology, and the 2 gentlemen are here. At the highest level in China, in the scientific and world of business, of space and medicine, they know the technology. So that gives a representation of the technology. This is the health unit when you sit in it. or when you light it. When it closes, you are processed directly. So we met with a lady in China. She wanted to meet us because she knew I'm there. And she said, when you come, I'll take you to a leading American hospital in China, where it's for cancer. We met her outside. She explained to us that she used the GANS technology to help her mother with the lung cancer. And she was spreading the knowledge around highest level in China, oil and the rest for this purpose. We asked her why. She said, I am the head of Ericsson Battery Research Center for 10 years. And we've used your nanotechnology in the production of new batteries for Ericsson and Nokia. Your technology is well known in China. That's how I knew I can use the technology to help my mother. And he said, you have revolutionized the battery world. I know because I had the research. And we have used your technology. We know its benefit. And so when you see the new Tesla cars, the new version of batteries is part of this nanotechnology which is made available. And people like this we meet, they tell us how they're using it and how they use my patent because it's open to develop their own ways. We wouldn't have the present batteries you carry in your mobile phones without Keshe Foundation technology in nano patent, which was released in 2004, 2005. We have become part of the root of the knowledge, but at the same time we teach it openly and the scientists come and learn from it, and they use it.
So in terms of the space technology, how many countries have actually signed the peace treaty with you, with the foundation?
We have given the peace treaty to all the world leaders and ambassadors. There is a problem. Obama individually as a person believes and signs to it, but he cannot sign his nation to it. Putin sent the peace treaty to Duma more than 5 years ago to be ratified. Chinese leadership is in possession of. President Xi of China has a copy on his desk for 5 years, and he was given the second time when I was in Beijing, and a special print in his name. World leaders know. We approached the Trump administration last year for peace talk between Iran and America to bring this stupidity, insanity into order. I negotiated with the Obama administration and knowledge in exchange for peace, and we came to 5+1 agreement in Iran. I had the negotiation from the beginning when American president on the day of election. Second time around, Obama was elected. In the morning, I received a call from American ambassador that he has an instruction from President Obama to accept the key with the patents of the Keshe Foundation, which is Iranian patent, as the Chinese and American, what they call it, Russians and the rest had it. We met on the 17th of November in Brussels with the American officials, and in giving the key with the patents and everything on it, I put a hand out. I said, you want Iranian technology, we want peace. They said it cannot be done. Obama will not ratify it. I said, speak. White House ordered, we negotiate. I gave the key, we start negotiation in the background. I said negotiation happens with Iran, I stay in the background. It ran into problem in the Senate. I sorted it out very rapidly through the way which was set up by the Obama's administration. And we got the 5+1. Going through the same, we approached Trump last year to start negotiation between Iran and the United States. And the head of White House came back. Trump says he will not negotiate with Keshe because he'll get his way and he'll get peace, and I'm not there for peace. This is the direct answers of Trump to Keshe Foundation and my request. in connections in Washington, they said, Obama said, what do you call it? Trump says he will not talk to Kesh. He has nightmares about you. And essentially, the Washington in both administrations are aware of my work and our work, and they see it as a way, if they get peace, what's going to happen to the factories and armament they sell and the power they have. Essentially, you have no more power. We showed it in Iraq. We create a dome, we take everything out. And we've seen they killed one of the Iranian leaders in military who was a peaceful man creating peace in the Middle East. Within days, using a technology, a small reactor, we created a dome. With all their might, they could see with the satellite, they could not touch the base. We took the base in a peaceful way, and from that day, Americans realized they have no power. And from that day, we've seen every rhetoric with Iran has stopped because there is no power to match the new technology. We create a field like the atmosphere around Earth, and then we can use it. In China, we have increased the harvest by 2 to 3 times in 1 million square meter of land using this technology. The peace dividend of this technology is much more powerful than any man could imagine. China by 2025 will become an independent national, international food supplier, where China now at the moment imports 40% of its grain from outside. Chinese government will use this technology in the next 2 to 5 years to bring 25 million farmers from poverty in overwealth line of poverty, where the same land using the same technology will produce 2 to 3 times more harvest. Now the farmer has money to live. Where we tested in Inner Mongolia and in different parts of China, farmers for the first time, they can feed their children with no worries, without any fertilizer, without any pesticide. The revolution in China with this new technology is enormous. We have been given a 1 billion RMB grant just to develop the ceramic side of this technology. We are opening one of the largest factories gifted to us by the Chinese government to mix the enhancement of this new technology with China, with ceramic, where the original China plates came from. We are in that city. And this allows us to change a lot of things. You make a plate, you put your fruit on it, never rots. We have developed a cup with the Chinese. It's a small cup like a jar, flower jar. You send this to the African nations in the hospital. The biggest problem in Africa is keeping cutting tools in surgeries and in hospitals clean. You put water in this jar and you put everything while you're operating in it for 10 seconds, you take it out. It's cleaner than the most advanced electrical systems made by the Americans to sanitize surgery rooms. It's tested. We've been given a 300 million open grant to build the first space environment, lab and research center by the Yellow River by the Chinese government. The silence put on Kesh Foundation in the East to control it is well internally by the East nation, but China is used for change in the structure of China. China will come out of this technology as a superior force over America by covering it under blanket. They are falling behind. And the same with Iran. The Chinese, Russians, and the Iranians are using this technology in a rapid way that, as we've seen it in Iraq, we've shown you have no power. We've shown in China, we can increase harvest. We've shown it with what we call the viruses. It's evolution in technology, and by ignoring it, you become worse than the third world nations in Africa. And I warned Americans a long time ago about this. In this administration, we are negotiating in the background, and we enter talk with hopefully your new administration in a few weeks' time. We support your new vice president and the new president to become. We think, and we are supportive of Mrs. Harris. And if she comes on the banner of the way it is, America will be revolutionizing industry in the next 2 to 5 years. Voting for the new administration of, other than the present administration, will bring a massive dividend of jobs and national security to America. Ignoring such a revolution brings you what I call the shame you received in Iraq last year by the most powerful nation in the world, watching its soldiers cannot be defended. So we support the new administration of what we call the First Lady as a vice president and to be the next president of the United States. We enter negotiation, peace in exchange for technology from Iran and the United States. And we have already entered this phase. We have built the first Iranian American scientific base enhancement unit in the state of Arizona. And it's ready to receive the unit. And we have invited American NASA, Lockheed Martin, to join us to learn from the Iranian scientists in heart of the United States. We have already entered the phase of the peace negotiation direct in that way. And in January, hopefully with the new administration, we will get the support to bring NASA to a new level of what the Chinese and the Russians are traveling into the space with to develop. There's one thing with me, I don't talk, I act. And we have invested, the Keshe Foundation, as an Iranian-owned organization, owns 51% of the company in Arizona. Our other partners, Americans, the base is already complete and will come into full operation. And part of it, which we stated with the state of Arizona and the governor, this base will be open for American Iranian national scientists in the space to collaborate together. And we are already built it. And in January is ready for what I call harvesting, joint collaboration between Iran, space scientists, Keshe Foundation as an organization, American space scientists in Arizona. Peace is sweet if you have the technology to enforce it, and we have it. And we support the new administration, as we have found Trump has no room for peace. And we will see, as our logo says, it's very simple. Technology has to be provider of the peace. Technology has to be. A new technology offers mankind what mankind needs to have. And we'll be progressing that way. As much as we're progressing in Iran, in Russia, in China, and with a large number of what we call investments around the world, we're gradually, silently changing the things underneath.
I
Thank you, Randy, for that beautiful interview. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for a planet-wide basic update on what the governments are doing. And again, this interview was just as recent as last Thursday. So thank you all for being here. I hope you got the gist of what is going on behind the scenes with the technology and so on. So again, thank you, Randy. And Alex, if you're ready, I'd like to turn the program over to you. And let me put up the other background right now. Alex, we're not hearing you if you're speaking. check your mic volume, perhaps?
Can I check can I share the screen now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, at this time of day, it seems to be a heavy load on the internet. I wonder why. I think it has something to do with the fact that everybody's on it.
We see your background.
Can you please tell me if we are good on sound and audio?
Yes, we see your background and visual, audio and visual fine.
Audio and visual. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's been a huge week. A lot of stuff has been going on in the background, and frankly, things have gotten extremely serious. I mean, they've always been serious, but we're coming now to the point where the there's a vice between the time and the availability and our comfort zone, and it's right around the world. So first of all, I want to thank everyone. This is the North American Corona Soul presentation meeting. The whole purpose of this meeting is brought together because of the coronavirus. And being the North American team meeting, it brings Canada, US, and Mexico together under one roof. And when you look at the panel today, I want to welcome all the foreigners who come here. We have a tremendously strong representation from all around the world. And I want to really give you the warmest welcome, because as one nation, this is the way that we're going to progress. So please allow me to go into this teaching, because that is something that Mr. Kesh has asked us about. We don't really have the time for the teaching, but in the last, let's say 5 years or even 10 years, the Kesh Foundation has an educational center. It's called the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. And the third trimester started in September, but that doesn't mean anything. All they ask for is €100 donation, and it gives you extensive access to the archives. I must insist that if you're looking for gold, you don't have to go far. It's here, because not only is the power in the knowledge, but the wealth is in the knowledge. And ironically, this knowledge has been given freely, and it is on display. 50 years of learning, as per Mr. Kesh. So this is on display in Austria, and by the good graces of the Austrian authorities there, I believe we have at least 1 year now that we can display this. This is a significant event. We have other significant events here in Canada, and one of those events is, well, it's the same event we have all around the world, is a pandemic. And things that we want to do, obviously, socially distance and self-isolate and wear masks and get ready for winter, make sure we stock up on toilet paper. And then, of course, well, unfortunately, partying has been curtailed as of a couple of days ago. No, poker, it's out. Strip clubs, no, they're closed. Fishing, yeah, maybe. It might be dangerous in some places to go fishing if you check the news. Buying a house, oh yeah, this is a really good time to buy the house, especially when the economy is collapsing. And I want to thank you all for making the supreme sacrifice here today. I know the NFL football schedule is in full swing here, but really and truly, the big panic here is Halloween, and I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. Halloween is a huge panic, and it's quite ironic. We have a thrift store, and at a thrift store, usually people donate goods and things like that, and this is how they make their money. But the number one money maker is the retail of the Halloween sales, things to do with costumes and, well, actually costumes a lot, okay, because people like to dress up. And you know, it's a big deal in Halloween to dress up for a lot of people, and for some people it's because it's an excuse to have a party, and for other people it's an excuse to have something else, which I don't want to mention. But in Brazil, they've been planning new costumes. This is something that goes over the head, especially of seniors who have had, shall we say, debilitating conditions of some sort. You know how we anticipate in our society that as we grow older, that we're going to be becoming more decrepit. Well, the new plasma science is changing all that, you see. And so we don't have to be old and decrepit, but we can be old and full of vitality. And this is the new focus. Unfortunately, here in Canada, we have two serious problems. Fortunately, with this Halloween problem that's coming at the end of the month, and I know you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I mean, they have actually made a statement in Ottawa that they will not cancel Halloween. They will just, um, I guess, put masks on their masks or something. I don't know how they're going to be doing this. And like, seriously, this is serious. This is Raphael on national TV, radio, and YouTube channels, and he has broken through in a massive way in Brazil. And there's a significant reason as to why this has happened. And it's because, well, the virus is out of control. And when you lose your loved ones, or you know a neighbor who has lost a loved one, or you've seen the sickness in your neighborhood and community, and you see the severe damage that is going across, and you have compassion about this, you're looking for a solution in the absence of a solution. And this is the problem. So now we have a solution, and that solution is the new plasma technology. And as a result, something amazing happened about 48 hours ago. First of all, last week I was invited to do a basic training seminar in Brazil, and we were allocated the time slot on Wednesday night. And so far to date, well, at the meeting itself, I believe we had something like 160 people. We were running a YouTube simulcast along with the Zoom meeting. And as of this morning, I've seen the figures have hit about 700. So these are 700 students who've come on to listen to basic teaching. And Raphael, as usual, has provided the absolute brilliant translation. Well, what is interesting is that this has now become part of the Keshe Foundation educational program, is going to be a regular thing in the Wednesday night time slot. We are going to have other announcements that are coming. We had a huge meeting this morning, and there is more organization happening. This thing is actually exploding. To all the people who are foreigners on this panel, um, the 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 thing is that this is not just happening in Brazil. The spreading of knowledge and the spreading of this platform is going to spread right around the world. And hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be able to tell you how fast that goes. Now, there's another huge problem, of course. We're talking about the basic technology, basic understanding. And because on Sundays here, this is an extension of the Thursdays teaching in some ways, as if that's adequate. But you know, basically, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday is A, and the Brazilian meeting on Friday is B, and Sunday is supposed to be C. But it has already been announced that starting next week, this form of teaching is going to end. So it's kind of ironic that here is a beginning, and within a few days is going to be the end. And as Mr. Keshe has promised, he's going to be going on a new level of teaching. And so all of us here are actually going to go into uncharted territories. Well, let me speak for myself. It'll be uncharted territories. I'm sure I'm sure there's people out there who have already been there, done that, and are anxiously waiting for new visitors. As I say, we have a problem on this planet, and that problem is also a solution, you see, because as we're all going to school, and this is one of the things that many students have had to understand, because this so-called second wave that has been coming around has been blamed on students and their partying, right? Frosh Week and their homecoming, whatever you want to call it. So we just ran a little test for the students and asked, do you own a patent on the virus? Yes or no. Do you have a patent on the test for the virus? Yes or no. Simple questions. How about, do you have a patent for the vaccine for the virus? Yes or no. And or are you using the plasma GANs technology to protect yourself from the virus? Yes or no. And the if we go through this list again, do you own the patent on the creation of the virus? Which strain? Okay. Do you own the test? Which strain? Do you own the vaccine? Which strain? The plasma GANs technology has eliminated all the known strains in less than a week. And, if you think I'm kidding, I don't have a crystal ball, but some people do, because the testing for the method of testing for the virus, the system and method for testing of the COVID-19 had a priority date. Let me just bring that up so that you can clearly see, was October the 13th, 2015. So this is pretty good. I wish I had this skill. I'd make a lot of money on the football pool today. Anyway, I don't have this skill, but one thing I do know is that we are concerned with an awful lot of things. We just heard that a couple of days ago in France, they've locked everything down. I mean, seriously, folks, do you remember where you had a curfew at 9 o'clock, between 9 o'clock at night and 6 o'clock in the morning? Were you a bad child, or are you a bad human? And so this is the kind of extreme draconian measures that are being taken in France. And why? Well, you're asking me. Really, we could talk about a lot of these things, and it's kind of neat to talk about, but this is not a social event. This is a learning exercise. We have come here for the purpose, not only are we in quarantine for the virus, but we need to get out of quarantine. And in order to do that, we need to eliminate the virus. So this is what's happening now in Ottawa. For those of you who are geography challenged, Ottawa is the capital of Canada. And, no one has told me or announced in any other way that the testing has changed. So in other words, what I'm saying is the testing in January is the same as the testing in September. And we know that the virus came into Canada because of Chinese bats. Yeah, right. Anyway, the result was a lockdown. And now when we're looking at 9 months later, why this surge has come, well, the answer is, well, actually, we don't know what the answer is, but the result is it's a pending lockdown. So right now, if you're in the restaurant business, you're headed for bankruptcy. And also it's the 18th of October. So in another 12 days, you're going to have to pay the rent again. But there's another problem, and we're saying the virus is a problem and it's a solution. Well, here's another problem. And this is the headline out of the CTV News, and we're strapped to a rocket. And that rocket has to do with the fact that researchers have been shocked. Really, researchers have been shocked. Well, that's shocking news. But what they've been shocked about is by the high levels of virus found in Ottawa's wastewater. Well, that is shocking. And of course, we know what happens to wastewater. It eventually gets into the drinking water. And this is, of course, has always been one of the problems in drinking water, because the wastewater from all the seniors who are over medicated goes into our wastewater. And of course, that eventually gets into our drinking water. And this is one of the reasons we're having such a huge problem. It is a statistical fact that over 85% of the seniors in Canada are over medicated. And we have a new term. It's called long haulers. Uh, no disrespect meant to the fabulous truck drivers that keep our economy going and take their life in their hands, not only just driving on the street, but crossing the border between countries that have varying degrees of care and concern about the spread of the COVID virus. But this is an interesting statistic, considering this is coming from, oh, again, CTV News. 3/4 of the hospitalized COVID-19 patients have symptoms months later. So we have a huge statistic, which we brag about, the number of patients who have recovered. Well, 3/4 of them have not recovered, as it's found out. And what they're talking about is things that affect their thinking, their breathing, their energy levels, and of course, this is compromising their lifestyle and also their earning capability. So we all have enough problems with that. These people are called long haulers. And I'll tell you what, these long haulers have something that dead people do not have, and that is a case history that they can talk about. And this could be the break that we're working for, because this break that we all anticipated would come is still being suppressed in many, many ways. And, woe to those who are ignoring this. You can ignore it. It's not going away. This is a successful application of the newly discovered GANS plasma, as published in the KF Plasma Scientific Journal, which is an accredited scientific journal. It was published on June the 1st. It was released to the public in the public domain at the end of July of this year, and is still being bandied about as some kind of I don't know what. It's not being taken seriously. To the people who think that the coronavirus is a scam, and I understand where you're coming from. There's a lot of misinformation in the news, and I would never wish this to happen to you. Those of you who have been affected with the virus and have had a successful recovery, congratulations. But please, please, please tell others, okay? Because they're guaranteed there's someone out there at this very minute who is screaming for help. And so this becomes our challenge. And so we're looking at the how do we get not only the information from the plasma science with respect to the COVID virus into the public, but how do we get just a plasma science into it? And what are we talking about? And as we've seen with the intro today, there are no ifs, ands, buts, or doubts. This technology needs to be advanced with peace in mind. We have a challenge, and we've been discussing this extensively. It's now a challenge not only in the different countries, but add to that the language barriers. So these books have begun to be translated, and that's a process now that is ongoing. And what we're talking about is Mr. Kesh's Universal Order of the Creation of Matters, which is book number 1. And for a lot of people, another shock is hitting them, because what they really want to know is how to get rid of the virus so that they can get back to their regular way of life. Well, you see, the problem is that their regular way of life does not actually answer any questions with respect to how matter is created, or the universal order, or the combination of universal order of creation of matters. And so uh, we have a difficulty in understanding and prioritizing what we need to understand. And so our schemes have always been too small, and now we're being forced to have schemes much larger. How much larger? Well, I don't know. When you look at this picture and you see man's universe here, the little red dot, and the reason it's red is because it's sickness. And that sickness is affecting the rest of the universe. And there is a rest of the universe. So, this is our position when we're looking at the creation of matter. And then, how do we go into the next step? And that's the second book, book number 2, The Structure of Light. This cover is very indicative of how we're doing this. Please note that the creation of matter at the bottom left and the top right are of different sizes. And then please note that there is a link in between. This link in between is where we're having this huge problem in transitioning from old science to the new science. You see, because the old science has paid homage to the theory of relativity, which basically stands for energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. But what is significant about that, and as I transpose the equation and we say, well, we have the speed of light squared, which is constant on one side, and we have the relationship to energy divided by mass on the other side, and that too is constant. So at no point in time does this equation give us any kind of indication how we can have more or less energy. And if we were to have more energy, we understand to maintain the constancy of this equation that the mass has to increase. And if we decrease the energy, then we understand that the mass has to decrease. So we know that energy increases and we know that energy decreases. And actually, for most of us, energy is decreasing. But anyway, the point being is that energy and mass increase and decrease together, but they maintain a constant relationship. Well, how is that possible where light is constant? And so this is now the breakdown of the foundation of old science. And we start to see the fallacy. Light has mass, and that mass has to change in order for this equation to work. So this is where the new science comes in, and we start to see not only do we have to address our needs here on this planet, but we would like to see how the rest of the universe is operating. And so now you see the relationship. What is missing? What is causing this problem on this planet? And so we have an intangible something severely discounted by the old science. And a new equation is that ethics equals morality times compassion times courage. And ethics is this: if no one is watching you and you sweep it under the carpet and you say, well, nobody knows, well, you have just declared yourself a nobody. And you have just declared yourself as relatively unimportant, because the people who know or should know are important or should be important. And if nobody knows except you and you don't know, well, then you're not important. It's an interesting observation. So the morality rests with you. There is no judge. You have to be truthful to yourself, and you have to be sincere to yourself. And you can fake sincerity to others, but you cannot fake sincerity to yourself. And so when you engage others, the key point is that we have to change things around and take into consideration compassion for others. Yes, compassion for others. And there are many, many reasons for that. So, and I think most of them are obvious. But what is not obvious is where the courage stems from. And we need the courage to enforce this. And really, up until now, we haven't had the courage to enforce this because the nut bars are running the asylum. And by definition, if you do things the same way and expect different results, that's a definition of insanity. So these people who are warmongering for year after year after year in perpetual war, by their own definition, are the definition of insanity. War has proven to be totally, totally a fruitless exercise, except to a few certain people. And the only reason they can do that is because they lack ethics, morality, and compassion. Mm. And I think they lack courage as well, because they're hanging on to a dying philosophy. And so now we are on the path, and that path takes us to understanding the origins of the universe. And in understanding the origins of the universe, we have to not only understand the position, but we have to understand the relationship. So now we have a link between the source and what? Our soul. Yeah, our soul. And we're finding that discussions on the soul are very, very difficult. It is hard to talk to someone who doesn't have a soul or who is disconnected from the soul. Or it's hard to talk to someone who substitutes the soul for a surrogate, a proxy. Some people call that a religion. Some people call it the Bible. Some people call it money. And some people call it something else, which is so totally disgusting. I can't even believe it. But this is what happens when we look at the new plasma science. We see that we are all creatures on this planet, and we really are all the same because those are the rules of the universe. But we all come in different flavors. Okay, so we're all the same, but we all come in different flavors. So how can we be all the same and be all individual? This is an anomaly. And we find that why are we here on this planet? We could be somewhere else, couldn't we? So when we look at the basic teaching, one of the conclusions of basic teaching is that the fundamental construct of principal matter is a balance of energy between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. How do we go between these field forces? And these are called rays. And the rays themselves come in different flavors. Why is that? Well, because the rays are created, and everything is created from everything else. So what is the flavor? What is the source? What is the destination? And how does it work? Well, it comes, it goes around, and it goes through. And this is where vacuum theory is failing, because man has, in old science, identified vacuum theory as absolute nothingness and has never achieved nothingness. This is the failure of vacuum theory. We have never been able to achieve nothingness. What we have tried to do is achieve absolute cold, absolute zero. And the reason we wanted to do that is because we wanted to advance new science in superconductors. But you see, the new theory is this: nothing is nothing. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something. And when is it something? Well, it's something as opposed to something else. And what makes that definition? And so now we understand that there are ways and means from going from somewhere to somewhere else and in between by going through different energy states. So we started at the basics to learn terminology. What is matter, nano, GANs, plasma, and dynamic plasma, and how does that fit in our life? So the basic thing was the nano, which allowed us to build the cup 1 and cup 2, which are the cups of life. But in the process, we now learn that nanotechnology is a superconductor at room temperature. At room temperature is a lot more comfortable than absolute zero, isn't it? And we have achieved that as a superconductor. So in a sentence, these are the achievements of the new plasma science. We got into GANs. This is another new part of the science. And it too is a superconductor at room temperature, but it has a quality that is different from the nano. It becomes a product from we see in the cups of light, isn't it? We create the cups of light using the nanotechnology and we create the GANs. And then we find other things happen. So the basic rules are the plasma rules that feed the higher strength to the lower strength. This is the basic rule. And now we understand how these rays move. The interesting point, well, it's not interesting, it's a fact. Energy comes in packets, and the virus understands that because the virus is an energy packet. And how do we know that? Well, when you put a theory across that something is something, you only need to disprove it once. And then that theory crashes and burns. So it's a wonder how the theory of relativity has lasted over 100 years. But, it's also a wonder why we're not accepting the new treatments for the virus. So the point is, we have done that. We have identified the virus as an energy pack. We have identified energy packs as part of principal matter, charges in motion, and the fundamentals of plasma science. And we have eradicated 95%. In 95% of the cases, we've eradicated the many varieties of the virus. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that someone's not doing their job. So the solution is this: you are allowed to do whatever it takes to look after your health. That's a universal law. And as such, you have to learn there's a magnetical gravitational relationship in the plasma energy that is governed by the giving and taking. And the giving and taking does involve our emotional condition and our physical condition. So the emotional is one word, condition is another word, physical is one word, and the condition is still another word. So there's a relationship between the emotional and the physical, and there's a relationship between the condition. And we're using the zinc and copper, but what kind of zinc and what kind of copper? Not in old science, but in the new science. And we call that in simple terms, the one cup and the second cup, simple terms, the cups of life. But they are anything but simple. You see, because in plasma science, all things in combination. And so in the past few weeks, we discussed how in matter state, on the left-hand side, we have these three magnets that are repelling. And we have concluded in matter state, old science, 1 and 1 is 2. Isn't that what we learned when we went into kindergarten or grade 1 or grade 9, whichever? I know people who still can't add. The new educational system has taken hold. But if we change our position and we enlist the forces of the plasma science, we find that it is possible without increasing any energy whatsoever. We're able to have more than 2. In this picture on the right, 1 plus 1 is 3. So in the plasma states, the rule is that 1 plus 1 can be more than 2. How much more than 2? I don't know. How big is large? So where do these rays come from? And what is going on with these magnets? So last week we discussed how things work in combination. So the only way that we could get these magnets to work together, we could only flip the green one. You see, when we got here on the left-hand side, all of these magnets were flipped the same way. We took the bottom one, we flipped it over, and then there we got the result. So what happens is that there's a rotating field. We call that the x-axis. It's rotating, and it's rotating in a certain direction. So when we find that the arrows are working together, things are smooth. But when you look at the two orange circles, and you see that when they come into contact or nearness, there's a friction. And the rotation together creates a field. But within that field, that friction is now causing rays to be emitted. And the flavor of these emitted rays are based on the flavors of whatever is inside this field. And the direction that they are emitted is everywhere. There is no specific direction. So you can rest assured that the emission of these rays is in all directions. And if we understand that nothing is the same, so we're all part of this planet, but we all come in a different flavor. So more appropriately, it is possible for these two magnets at the top to rotate in the same field, same direction. And when they have this friction to emit rays, but you see some rays will be of the flavor of the one on the top left, and some rays will be of the flavor of the one in the top right. And all of this is invisible to us, you see. And that's another problem, because when I show you this picture, you can't see it. And I know that many of you have heard me say this repeatedly, but I'm saying this repeatedly for two benefits. One, that you reinforce what you know, and two, that you extract what you need to know to convey to someone else. Because as well as there are newcomers on the panel today, there are, like in the Brazilian group, almost 4,000 new members coming, and they're coming fast and fast and fast, and they're scratching their head and please tell me, please explain to me the new plasma science. So we are fortunate that on this panel today, we have a lot of mature members, and I'm talking as mature students. And it is really your responsibility. That's why you're here, I know, because you take it seriously. So the x-axis is the rotating field, the y-axis is the polar field, and how big is large? Well, I don't know. That's the z-axis. We'll see how big large is. But the most important thing to understand is there's an orientation. And as we did in the diagram with the magnets, if we flip one, depending on the orientation, it could be repulsion, but if we flip it, it could be attraction. And the other thing that we have to understand, as I say, in this particular picture, you don't see anything. But what you see is that there are rays. And you can see that the color of these rays is different. So what causes that to be so different? And let me ask you about another thing. You notice how organized they are. Have you ever seen a flock of birds in the sky? And I'm talking about hundreds. And especially at this time of year, we've had a lot of birds migrate. In Canada, for instance, they'll migrate from the north down to the south. They might go as far as Mexico. And they don't seem to bump into each other. And, you know, if we didn't have lanes on the highway, I'd really be seriously worried about how people can drive and not bump into each other constantly. I don't think we're sophisticated enough. So this attraction and repulsion field reference is something that we're not quite skillful at yet. And the other thing that we have to understand is that when we look at the old science and we understand magnets, and this top picture is a representation of the magnets, that there is not enough energy here to sustain that field force. So in other words, whatever field forces that we're feeling with these magnets that has to do with repulsion and attraction goes with the magnet. That's why the matter state is the lowest energy form. It is the weakest energy form. Once we get into higher states like plasma, nano, GANs, and all that, the force fields remain. You can remove, let's say, people ask, if I take the water out of the glass and that water is plasma water, what remains? And the force field will remain in the glass. And yes, it will. And you can add more water to that glass and it will pick up the plasma field. And we know from a fact that if there is GANs in the glass, that the energy level will be higher. And so we've seen that with the Iranian group and how they've been able to clear out the intensive care units at the hospitals. They put a little bit of GANs in a bottle, filled it up with water, and then they took the water off the top, maybe got halfway down, filled it up again, and started the process all over again. So the GANs would retain the energy, the GANs would impart the energy to the water, you drink the water, impart the energy to yourself, and then replenish the bottle with more water, and you can repeat the cycle again and again and again. And this is the difference between low energy matter state and higher energy plasma state. And so plasma state comes in different energy levels. So when we're groveling around here in the physical small m matter state, and we don't take into account, or we don't accept, or we don't appreciate the fact that the plasma state comes from our soul. And this is what's going to happen now. We are learning nano, GANs, plasma, and dynamic plasma. And starting this Thursday, all of this is going to really be basically put back because we're going on a new educational platform. We're all going to be going into uncharted territories. Is this something that we should be fearful of? No, not at all. Not at all. Because we're going to be introduced to new flavors. And it's going to be very, very exciting because it's going to be very dynamic and is going to give us something that we haven't had before. So fundamentally, the rules that we have with respect to plasma science that we are learning now are going to apply to the soul level. And as we are still in that touchy-feely thing with respect to the nano and the GANs, once we get into the soul level teachings, we will have our feet firmly planted in midair, and we're going to have to understand what closeness means. Closeness means nearness and proximity. And it's going to have to take into account what energy state are you operating in. And it's going to have to differentiate between is it delayed or is it instantaneous. And on that basis, you have to decide, am I going to interact or am I going to shield? Did I say you have to decide? Yes. You have to decide. That's the thing. You have to decide which is the best way to go. Up until now, we've been forcing our dominion over the universe. And the lesson has been, well, it hasn't really been learned very well, has it? All you have to do is look at the examples on a day-to-day basis. Why are we being shut down? Because we don't trust the universe. We don't trust the universe to take care of us. Why not? Weren't we born? We were born. We were born in mommy's womb. You know, you seem to trust mommy. Now all of a sudden we can't trust nature anymore. Something's wrong with this picture. And you know, people tell me, oh well, you know, the I only want to deal with natural things. Do you? Well, where do you think these natural things come from? So we're having an awareness problem. And part of the awareness is to acknowledge a higher power. Now, many of us think that we do acknowledge a higher power, but we idolize that higher power in things, statues, buildings, money. That's the only acknowledgement really that we have. There are others who acknowledge more. Collectively, we have to acknowledge and accept more. And one of the ways to do that is the reason that you're here today is to absorb this awareness. Just by being here today, you share with the plasmatic fields that are emanating around this room. And I say around this room, that goes from all four corners of this world. And you wonder, how is that possible when the earth is round? Well, that's the problem. We don't know how to activate that, you see, because we have a few things that we have to overcome. So one of the things has to do with understanding energy levels. So basic energy levels, in the new science, we discuss matter, dark matter, and antimatter. In the new science, we see that these energy levels are different. And we see that in new science, these energy levels are in motion. And these energy levels in motion are at different strengths. So we now have a few things at our disposal and millions of possibilities. It's kind of like the 6 strings on a guitar. You've got 6 strings and million songs. How is that possible? So we on this planet are souls, and we as souls have a field, and we interact with these fields. Now, let's forget about the relationship between people. Let's just look at the relationship between animals. Do you have a pet that you love? Better still, does that pet love you? And how do you communicate with that pet? Because we have language problems because we have so many different languages. But how do we communicate with a pet? Well, they do have languages, but I have no idea how to understand them. But we can communicate with them. So these fields interact. And what is wrong with this picture is that all of these fields are the same. And so that's not possible, you see, because we are complex beings and we have different flavors within us. And so some of us are, you know, this way, and some of us are this way. So we all have a dynamic field on this planet. We are all dynamic plasma creatures, and we've all on this planet as well. So that's another factor. And all things in combination. That's how the universe works. So if you want to talk about relativity, you have to have something to relate to. So here we go. So what is your relationship to someone else? And what is your interaction? And this interaction is an attraction or a repulsion, isn't it? And on what basis does that happen? So when we have an attraction, then we have some things in common. We have common purposes. And as we develop these common purposes, we adapt. But we don't exactly twin. We are not 100% together. There has to be a kind of a compromise. So the absorption of all the fields comes forward as a unifying force. This is why we can build the plasma dome, because all of us with good intention and understanding the same purpose to bring peace to this planet, we can build the peace dome. but individually, we can retain our own flavor. And we can, well, we can mutate that flavor, okay, because life is for learning. So if you're going to learn and you're going to learn to do something better, are you going to continue to do it the old way? Well, this is the problem we have with the coronavirus. A lot of people say the old technology has failed us with the coronavirus. The new technology is eradicating the virus. I want the new technology to eradicate the virus so that I can go back to my old way of living, which has failed me all these years. So we're saying, well, you know what? We've got to adapt. And one of the ways we can adapt is either we can become a little bit more, or someone being more extreme can become a little bit less. And then we can create a unified field that is common, and we can row the boat in the same direction. And it's not only what we want to do on this planet, but there are other energy forces in the universe, other souls in the universe who are going through exactly the same process that we are. But we have a problem on this planet. We can say that the problem on this planet is the mutation of the virus. That's not the only problem that we have, but it certainly is representative of a kind of sickness that we have on this planet. And what is unique about this particular virus is that it has had the audacity to lock us all down, to not only be prisoners, but prisoners in our own homes, prisoners in our own societies. It's a very handy way, because that way we don't need to have the jails. We just go into our homes. So the solution really is to change the rules of the game. If we can elevate into a higher energy level, then not only can we eradicate the virus, not only can we eliminate the sickness, but we can eliminate the cause of the sickness, you see, because this sickness cannot elevate. That is the problem. You see, your body can get sick, but your soul cannot. There are energy levels in between, and we try and relate them to our nano coating and our GANs and our plasma, and we say that they're affecting our emotions. Yes, they are. We have, problems with our brains. We have problems with our cells, down to the DNA level, the RNA level. How is it affecting our minds? And then we see that some things are physical, and the old science only takes into account the physical. It doesn't take into account the non-tangible. And then we have some problems with this picture here. We're looking at what is the relationship with our DNA and our RNA, and how does that relate to the plasma, where this is a physical thing and the plasma is not. And how does the nanocoating affect our emotional state when the nanocoating is physical and our emotion is not? And so we try and sort things out. And we've achieved several weeks back some kind of plan, some kind of map. And we're still having trouble because we understand that the GANs can affect us emotionally. We have people who will hold, say, a bottle of filled with GANs of zinc, and they will feel warm and fuzzy. It's happened, I've seen it. They're calm. Okay, so the GANs is physical, but the effect is emotional. And so when we look at the GANs, and here's a cup, we're looking at from the top down. I've been washing this GANs, and I bring this picture up because it's very demonstrative of the plasma fields. You see, I cannot do this. I physically cannot do this. I have to let the GANs do this. And what is happening here is that there is a rotating field, which is the x-axis, And the Gans in the middle is going down deeper and deeper and deeper, which is the y-axis. Okay, and the restriction here is the glass. The glass is physical. But look what happened to one of the knowledge seekers in Brazil. There's a big hole in the middle there, kind of like some people have in their brain, a big hole in their head. But, you know, how did he do that? How did he get the stir stick down that neck into there and then stir that all up to do that? And did he do that on purpose? And can he reproduce that? Well, I tried to do that because this was on the right hand side was my first, and this happened to me as well. So, but I had a very tiny hole. So I washed the Gans again, stirred it all up, let it start to settle. And as you can see on the left hand side, this rotating field got bigger and the Gans in the middle is getting deeper. And, you know, this is the thing. The soul is looking for positioning. So this is what's happening in our heads. We have a hole in our heads and it is in a plasma state. And one of the things that we know is our mother, which is our mother, and our earth, which we call Mother Earth, has a relationship. And in that womb, we came for a visit. And from that, we developed a brain and we developed a body, which is our body on this earth, which is an earth body. And so we had a relationship there. And okay, so this happened. And how would you explain it? Well, old science has been trying to explain this an awful lot. But when we look at the new science, one of the things we have to take into account is what is the relationship between the sun and the earth? And so we've come up with a new map. And this is what we're going to discuss today. So everything up until now has been a bit of a preamble because we want to reinforce that there's a difference when we look at the earthbound strength, when we only look at the physicality, and we look at the universal strength, which takes into account the strength of the soul. And there is a soul of the man and a soul of the body. And this is the kind of combination that we're looking at. And where we're having a problem is we're not aware and we're not acknowledging and we're not activating. The panel here today is going to change that. We're going to increase the plasma field strength and build that peace dome, you see, because we are all self-serving and we have to be self-serving, okay? Because it is your duty and your responsibility to look after yourself and no one else's, and that is a universal right. But we need peace of mind and we need a healthy body. You know, if you lose your health, you basically lose everything on this planet, don't you? But if you don't have peace of mind, what kind of life is that? So the soul of man and the soul of the body has a common purpose. But you see, on this planet, that purpose was self-serving at the expense of others. And what we need to do is to understand the self-serving at the enhancement of others. And so we have to actually elevate in terms of a higher energy state. And it's not like we have to do it. We already have done it. We just have to be aware of it. So our whole purpose in life to some kind of, you know, where am I? What am I? I'm so depressed. It all has to do with soul positioning. And so we find that when we look at our brain and we say, my God, isn't that a great thing? And some of us are being awoke, as they say. And many of us are still not there. And others don't want to go there for whatever reason. Where is there? Well, it's kind of a mind-blowing experience, okay? But it is a welcoming experience. So how do we go from where we are to going to there? So we talked about the awareness, we talked about the map, and so now let's connect the dots. Well, they're not exactly dots, and they're not straight lines, are they? So the soul of man is dependent on his physicality on this planet, where it resides in the brain. The soul of the body is dependent on the physicality of the body on this planet. And so there's a connection there. We operate as a unified force, don't we? Well, generally. And so there's a deal between the soul of man and the soul of body. And this creates a combination effect. So this is how, when we look at the construct of our soul of man and the construct of our soul of body, it becomes a construct within a construct, and it manifests itself as the soul of man, as a unified force. And we've created the first cup of life and the second cup of life in that image. And the combination of the two are representative as the cup of man in that image. But we find that, we're still talking about physicality. And so, when we're looking at the whole picture, the soul, we can't isolate, but we can see the fields. Well, we have to see the fields. This is the awareness that we have to achieve. Many of us can't see the fields. And I'm not just talking about the auras, I'm just saying, understand that these fields are in operation. So, really, the cups of life are very physical. You've created a physical existence. And through the cups of life, through the GANs and through the water, and just through the nearness and proximity, we can gain this benefit. But the mind has an emotion as well. And so our peace of mind is also enhanced with the first cup. So when we look at the protocol and how we spray ourselves on a daily basis, and you should be spraying yourself on a daily basis because the virus is still here on a daily basis, as we know. So the first cup, we spray the water head to toe. The second cup, from the chest down. Okay, so that's the difference. And the cup of man, well, that is the combination of our souls. And our souls are looking for a soul positioning between the magnetical gravitational relationship of each and every one of these components. Each and every one has a magnetical gravitational relationship. Each and every one has a balance between the magnetical gravitational relationship. Each and every one is creating a field force, and each and every one in man is creating a soul, and the combination of it creates the effect. Okay, so this is where we are. We're looking at our presentation as a soul of man and the soul of the body. This is us on this planet. Here we are, and this is what we're going to do. Well, here's a point. We have an emotional context of the soul of man, and we have an emotional context of the soul of body. And these two work together. Understand that when we are looking at the Universal Body Enhancement Unit, it is the first of its kind where it is restoring the vitality of the emotions and the physicality of the body. And so when we're talking about the physicality, we have to understand the total physicality. And when we're talking about the emotions, we have to talk about both the soul of man emotion and the soul of the body emotion. What is this? What is this emotion? We're looking for peace and serenity, peace and tranquility. This is the MAGRAF. This is the MAGRAF. This is the energy force that is driving us on this planet. And this MAGRAF is an intermediary between the here and the there. So everything that we're looking at with respect to our range, with respect to the soul of the man, the soul of the body, is between the earth, right? We're on earth. The earth has a soul. And what is our inspiration? Our inspiration has a soul, isn't it? We came from somewhere. And in the plasma science, thank God, that we can have a marker that retains our original position. So our navigation between the soul of inspiration and the soul of this earth is what life is on this planet. And then on Thursday, and Mr. Kesh mentions that this is the incubation garden, and this is our seed. And our seed is drawing energy. So energy is always in motion. Where does this energy for the seed come in? Anyone who is dabbling in the garden or in agriculture is dealing with this on a regular basis. You give me a seed and I'll grow it into a plant and I'll harvest that plant and I'll be able to do that all over again. So we understand that the seed needs energy. Where does the seed get its source of inspiration from? And what is that seed doing? It's growing from this planet, isn't it? So the whole physical aspect on this planet is based on the range between the here and the there. And the seed, whether it's a seed of a plant or us or we are the seed and we are growing. How do we get that energy? That energy is the energy that we draw from these two other forces. The soul of inspiration and the soul of this earth in combination with our soul of man and the soul of body. And if we have a balance of energy fields between our magnetical gravitational relationship, then we have a magrav. And that magrav is a source of energy. And that source of energy is our feed. It feeds us. Higher strength feeds the lower strength. So from the seed, we nurture. But if we are plasmatic beings, then we are higher strength. Well, relatively speaking. And as we draw the energy, we become higher strength. When you become higher strength, what do? Do you blow up like a balloon? Well, maybe. Or we now have a problem on this planet. We have a virus, coronavirus, which is taking over our emotional and our physical basis. First, it takes our emotional, because you see, the fear is also energy. Fear is energy in motion. And unfortunately, fear is a draining. And it causes a sickness within our seed. And then it starts to expand. And then we have a magnetical gravitational relationship. We have to break this down. And this seed that we have has to feed back to our soul to complete the cycle. I believe this is where the teaching is going. And it only makes sense, okay? Because we are occupying a space between the soul of inspiration and the soul of this earth. And the only way that we can elevate is to feed back. And we haven't been feeding back because we've been self-serving at the expense of others. So we're draining energy from others, we're draining energy from others, and the cycle repeats and repeats. And we don't learn the lesson, and I don't understand why we don't learn the lesson, because we're supposedly very intelligent creatures. So now we have a new lesson. We have to understand that self-serving at the enhancement of others is how we can feed back to the rest of the universe, invigorate our soul of inspiration, which restores vitality to the soul of man and the soul of the body. When the soul of the man and the soul of the body vitality is restored in a balanced condition, giving us the vitality that we need to operate on this planet, then we link up the soul of the earth and the soul of the inspiration, because this planet is getting mutilated. So we are in a position where we've been jammed in a box and we need to get out of the box. And the difference between going from the box, which is Euclidean geometry, X, Y, and Z planes, 3 dimensions, linear, all at right angles to each other. And when we look inside the box and we see the bountiful universe, the possibilities that exist, the curvature of the space, and as I said to the Brazilians on Friday, the curvatures of the beautiful people on the beach, that's a far more attractive place to go. And so we understand that in the plasma science, this is how the plasma science, the x-axis is a rotating field, the y-axis is a polar field, and the z-axis is, well, how big is it and how much will it grow? And growing is what it's all about. So it isn't the fact that it's a mind-blowing experience, it is a enhancing experience. That sounds so weak, doesn't it? But it's not. Okay, it's a beautiful experience. It's the difference between self-serving at the expense of others and self-serving at the enhancement of others. Okay, it's a beautiful life as opposed to, well, kind of what we're doing right now. So we understand that whatever we're doing and all the time, we create a magnetical and a gravitational field, and we create a relationship. And within that relationship, we build a construct of a soul and an entity. And that entity could be weak, it could be strong, it has all sorts of flavors and everything. And it's created from the magnetical gravitational fields, which have all sorts of flavors as well. But one thing we know for sure, the virus has learned a lesson, and it has a magnetical and a gravitational field, because we're saying the magnetical is emotional and the gravitational is physical. So we've used the one cup, which is emotional, and the second cup, which is gravitational. And through the principles of higher feeds the weaker, we have eradicated the virus in 95% of the cases in over 25 different strains. And we've been doing this for quite a while, and many people have survived as a result of that. And now they're asking, well, how does that work? And this is the challenge. So the educational system is building. And now, in order to build that, we have to understand our position. And our position is only one in the middle. And there's more. So when we look at our physicality and our emotion and our emotionality, we say that's very limiting, but we see that the connection is the soul. And so we look at a more complex picture, and then that picture is between the green arrow at the top, the source of inspiration, and the orange arrow at the bottom, which is the soul of the planet, this particular planet. And now we have the prospect that we can change the planet, okay? So people want to go back to nature, and they don't really understand what is nature. So let's just review very quickly what we discussed in the past, that in our reality, which is like the roof on this building, and if you look from the top down, you can only see the roof. You can't see the walls. The walls are actually the matter state, dark matter, and antimatter, which is in a plasmatic condition. And so if we take the roof off, do you take the plasma reality off? Not necessarily. If there is a physical manifestation, there is a plasma manifestation for sure. But it doesn't mean if you have a plasma reality that you will manifest into a physical reality, because in a vacuum, rays are moving all the time, just like the viruses are moving all the time. Now we have that situation on this planet. We have viruses on this planet. The ways and means that we eradicate the viruses on this planet is the ways and means we're going to eradicate this in the rest of the world. So now as we're building up our awareness, we have to go from here to there. Be aware. Now we have to figure out how the hell are we going to activate this thing? And so when we look at this map and we see how urgent this problem is, and those of you who've been following this program and you look at this mishmash on the screen and you see, well, energy is flowing all over through the universe all the time. And you can't decide where it's going. And you can't decide how much you're giving. But you can decide how much you're receiving. So right now, this planet is sick. And we have a pandemic on this planet. And it's affecting everything else. And so when we see this sickness and how it's transferred, not only to us, because we're on this planet, but through the rest of the universe, and you wonder why we're in quarantine. Who wants to deal with hooligans? And whether it's tangible or non-tangible, the effect is felt because the substructure in the plasma state affects the physical manifestation. And the physical manifestation that we see is tangible on this planet, and it's physical and tangible within our souls of the combination of the soul of the man and the soul of the body, which gives us our physical body. We need to detach. We need to create a Magrath condition, not only within our body, but within the earth. And at that point, the way we take the energy from the virus, we don't fight it, we don't shoot it, we deplete it. Deplete the field. When you deplete the field, you transmute this energy, okay? Because the energy has to go somewhere. What energy are you giving? So you have to create a welcoming. So at this point in time, we are empowering ourselves with a welcoming energy. And we're looking at this earth as a home base of sickness. And we need to enlist the services of the plasma science to build the peace dome. And we build the peace dome because we now understand there's a giving and taking, and we now understand that it comes from somewhere and goes somewhere. This is how leaders decide to be leaders, and this is how followers decide to follow leaders. So the answers to your questions is a question. What is the source of your inspiration? And now as we enlarge our scheme, we see that the problems on this earth are affecting the universal community. How is that happening? Well, this is where the new teaching is going to take over. And we're going to understand that this parable here, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, is pretty cool. Yes, it is. But this is where the return to sender comes in, because not only is there a give and take with what your good intentions are, but there's a give and take with any type of malicious intent that you want, you see, because that's the key. In what comes around goes around. And we're seeing this in Austria now, that we're capable of delivering new technology. We will be little suns, we will be little stars, we will be shooting stars, and shooting stars never stop, even when they reach the top. 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, the lights came on. When the lights came on, did everyone look at this? I don't want any lights, I just want my candles. Give me my candles and my matches. Who wants lights anyway, and what are they good for? It's dumb, isn't it, when you think about it? Why are we having the resistance? Because in the matter state, we have a new way of discussing tangibility. With our bodies, we have a new way of healing our bodies. With our souls, we have a new way of healing our souls. And there is a connection. Now we understand the connection between our source and the earth. That is why we actually are capable of being the messengers of peace and friendship and welcoming to the universal community. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex, for sharing knowledge. I guess in so many ways, we'll always be playing with magnets, not so much in the matter state, but in the gravitational, magnetical, plasmatic field, because this is part or totally understanding of the creation process, which is where Mr. Kesh is leading us. Now, for those who may be pressed for time, I'd like to open up the floor to them. If you have other obligations and you may have to leave, but you want to speak, please open your mic. If we don't hear from someone, then anyone can open the floor, ask Alex some questions, or pose a question that can be answered by some of the others, perhaps. So go right ahead. We have 57 microphones here.
Maybe I could just start off with one thing here. On Randy's interview, Mr. Kesh was pretty direct. If we adopt this technology just based on the manpower that we have right now and the facilities or the abilities that we have right now, we can get rid of this virus in 2 months. Is there anybody on this panel who's really very excited about the prospects of dealing with this virus through Christmas and beyond? Like, really, can we not get this? Can we not get this done? Like, what is the cause of the delay? So, like, they say they're, we're all experiencing COVID fatigue. Yeah, because it's done already. It's done the damage. Enough already. That's my opinion.
Well, I've been wondering if His Excellency President Trump has used the technology, as Mr. Kesh had said, many other world leaders have used this technology for the COVID, for themselves and for their families, but they have not shared it with their populations. And I know he has the report, the 185-page report, and that has not been shared. And we heard in the interview, he does have some nightmares when he hears Mr. Kesh's name, but if that's the case, and my vote is going to go to the Harris team.
Well, shouldn't the topic of discussion be the separation of facts from fiction then? If Mr. Kesh says that the virus is an energy pack and it's not matter state, why do we continue to try to deal with it as a matter? Anyone?
We've just been gifted the knowledge of handling viruses, whether here or in space, and it's not spread yet throughout the planet.
Well, that's the solution. What I'm saying is that with regard to the identification of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, that's where you have to look at the separation of fact from fiction. And so the point that I was trying to make is that if Mr. Kesh has already explained to you that the virus is not matter state, how are you going to confirm something in the matter state when it's not matter state? It's an energy pack. And so do you look to confirm based on the symptoms, Or do you use biology, the cell theory, to try to confirm it? Those are all matter state confirmations. And that's not helping with people to bridge that gap with knowledge. So I think, in my opinion, the focus should be on separating the facts from the fiction of the virus.
Hello,
And
can I say something? Hello,
okay,
hello, is it Stephen? Is it
yes,
Stephen asking
yes.
question? I must say, hello, Alex.
Hello, Shweta.
Salam, hello, namaste, salute. I just want to clear that, as my Messiah said, Shiman, Mtikesh, that this virus is an energy pack. Stephen, you must know that we are also energies. You know, you are seeing it in a matter state, but it is interacting in the energy level with us. So this is how you cannot see the interaction. It is always there. If the virus is an energy pack, we are also energies attached to the energies with the Mother Earth. So this is how you have to interpret that. You know, as we are also energies, the virus as an energy pack, as an entity, is working on us as an entity of energies. We are energy with a core energy. As we know, we have the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. There is a matter. So the matter indulges always and hurts or unhurt. It always do that. So this is how this we are doing it in a way in the level of energies, you know, in the level of plasma, so that it can interact with our energy, which is very much polluted by the meta state here in this illusion, I will say. So this is always working, Stephen.
And I understand, but let's drill down farther into that energy.
What?
And
Yes.
so when Mr. Kesh explains, in a way, there's three conditions of our understanding. There's the Maggrav fields, which are far detached from any physical or matter state. And then we have the intermediary, which is the GAN stage, which is the human, which is us, basically. The living is of the GAN state, which is a separate from the Maggrav. It has that component of inertia in the intermediary. Now, the virus is in the Maggrav state on that end of the spectrum, whereas we are in the intermediary, and whereas the matter state is the inertia state. And so it's trying to instead of trying to blend that all into one, we need to look at drilling down and identifying.
I must say, Stephen, you are misunderstanding. You are separating everything. We are never separate. You are separating and making it more brittle, the matter state more brittle. If you are, we have the soul of the man, we have the soul of the physicality. We are connected with the universe. We want or we don't want, but we don't know it. We ignore it or we don't know the knowledge. But now here we know. Be aligned. This is a question of alignment, you know. You have you have the inertia of your body, all that is what has happened from eons. Physicality has been there, and with the energies we know we are. The physicality is a vessel created by us in a position of inertia, you say that. But we are soul people, we are soul being, and we are connected with the universal ethos. So this plasma is working on us if we are receiving. Don't separate for anything, you know. You don't separate anything. Everything is an alignment with each other, always was. You cannot separate the child with the mother. It is only the illusion, or in India we say Maya, matrix, of all the triangles, all the lies and works, and the child gets younger and old and separates from, but the mother is still there. There's always the connection with the mother. Never forget that. So mother is always vicious for the child, whether he's growing old or not. So if you Stephen, you are in a matter state. There was the mother of yours who always wishes for you. You cannot separate that, can you? So this is physicality you are speaking, but this physicality also have a soul. And that physical soul is also interact with the soul of the man. And the soul of the man interact with the soul of the universe, the mother. So this is how things work, Stephen. Don't, if you separate things, then nothing will work. This virus is a strong energy, and it is going to teach all being a lesson. I'll say that, but it has to give too. It is a giver too. If you want, if you say I'm ascending with my mother, I know what my mother taught me, then she will spare you. I mean, a kind of. Okay, like this, the one cup, one life, the second cup has worked. I've experienced this on my own. I know when the first cup appeared, when my Messiah was making the video, when the virus appeared in China. I mean, appeared, I will say. So then I was so afraid. Even I was a knowledge seeker, and I was making the cups before CO2 cups, CO2 bottles, and all. But then I was so afraid and trembling with fear. Uh, but I have the knowledge. I have I have separated. I have been physical matter. But when I understood and when I became in peace, when I sit in peace, I talk to myself that what am I doing? You shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't be trembling like that. This is not the way you should work. Interact with each other. Then the physicality will go on. And I interacted and I asked the soul. The soul told me what to do. I made the cup and I'm now clear. My family is clear. Maybe they don't believe in what I'm doing, not much, but still they are cured. I mean, they are protected, and many are because we are praying too. So, Stephen, I'll say never separate. We are not separate with anything, anyone from anything in any time. So, I'll say like that, Stephen. Stephen, my dear, I'll say that I am a mother too. I know what goes on in a house, how it breaks and how it comes together. The wish of a mother. Try this, you will have the answer. Stephen, is this is my level of understanding, by the way, my dear. I can only say like this, there's always the source, the soul of your the soul in yourself. Don't interact with the vessel alone. That is not where it is. We don't live like that. We shouldn't be living like that. As a true human nature, we are. So this is what I want to say, Stephen. So the plasma is working as it should work in the level as Alex was uh, teaching us. It is just flip. You will get the 1 plus 1 and more to it. 1 plus 1 is equal to anything you want if you interact like that. The soul of the man with the soul of your physicality. So this is what I want to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Stephen, for asking the question. Thank you.
And also with the gift of the knowledge of draining a virus, Mr. Kesh has gifted us the gift of testing for the virus, which you can find on the Kesh Wiki. With a high
Yes,
degree of certainty.
yes. Everything that as a knowledge, yes, Stephen, you are also a knowledge seeker. How we can do that? We have to create the the dynamic fields. We are supposed to create that because we are getting the knowledge receiving. So we cannot separate with each other. We cannot do that. We have to be together, connected, universally, as the time is going to be timeless, And we are going to interact with the universal community in all that is love. So this is how my Messiah has taught, and the all team Keshe Foundation had the hard work has done from the core, I would say, and use the knowledge. I mean, be in the knowledge, be enlightened always. This is how enlightenment is. In India, here we say a sadhu or a sannyasi is the home and going jumping to the Himalayas and enlightened and came back. This is the enlightened where we are. We have been enlightened. This is the knowledge. This is this beauty of this knowledge. So, thank you, Mark. Thank you. Yes, he has taught us all that is love, and we love him because of this. Love him so much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Sweta.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Salam, namaste, salute.
So my question was for anyone else is that if you can begin to separate yourself from the religion of the particle and matter state, you're going to have to open your mind and make an attempt to look at other things. And that's what you have to do to move forward. And the thing about for a lot of us is that with this virus, if you say to someone that the virus is an energy pack and it's not matter state, how do you explain that? And so the point I was trying to make is that with regard to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, they continue to tell us that it's a matter state entity, a cellular matter state entity. But yet then they come back and admit that they haven't used the Cox postulates for pathogens to isolate it. And so, and just recently the CDC mentioned that they don't have any of the virus in cellular form to show us for examination. So it's an opportunity here to begin a conversation using the Kesh technology to try to explain or try to inform that there's more than the matter state. There's more than the particle. There's the intermediary where we are, the humanity, that not only do we have the GAN state of us in us, we also have the plasma state in us. How we can build a bridge of knowledge to connect those two. And so that's what I was trying to say in separation, where you got to drill down, because scientists are going to want to know specifics and how it relates to the matter state. And we would say, well, let's look at your data first. Oh, well, we can't show you any data. Well, why? Well, you're the experts in data and matter state. How come you can't produce the virus and show us what the virus is? You can do it for bacterias. You've done it in the history of man. The Cox postulates showed pathogens. That's how they isolated things. That's how they were able to look at things under the microscope. But now you just want us to take a belief in something. Not that it's a hoax, but we're trying to build a conversation here with the scientific community based on evidence. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that this testing that's going on, that's driving all these things. Italy, they're going to shut down. You know, Canada, they're going to shut down. They're going to do all these draconian things to prevent our conversations. Because if we were out and about, we could be in Austria right now looking at the technology. Well, perhaps some of you can, but a lot of us can't. And that's what I'm saying, is that as the universal community, the UC needs to look at the facts, separating the facts from fiction. If you're the connection between the world governments, you should be asking these questions. You know, why is a process that wasn't designed to determine a virus being used to prove that there is an infection among healthy people? This case-demic that's being pushed for all these draconian lockdowns and maskings and forced vaccinations that they just announced that they're gonna do forced vaccinations in Brazil. Why? Why would they do, well, not why, but they don't need to do these things. The, 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 the solution cannot be worse than the cause. You can't do that. But how are we getting into this conversation if we don't? In Germany, they're doing the silent protest to try to find out, why did Robert Koch Institute of Science and tell us that there's an isolated pathogen known as SARS-CoV-2, and then later admit that they never isolated it? And so why are these things happening to us? We're trying to bridge this gap between the matter state and the intermediary state. We want to show you that there's more than just the cellular biology when it comes to humanity. There's the biofusion, there's all the energy pack of the cell. It's how does the egg develop within the womb? All these things that we've talked about for years, we now have an opportunity to call them and tell, well, you know, you've said this, but yet you can't prove it. And so let's have a conversation on how we can work together to eliminate this religion of fear, the religion of the particle sciences, the religion of the biological sciences. It's just the plain religions of beliefs. You know, I'm a scientist. I want to work with the facts. I want to work with the technology. I don't think that we need to continue to keep going over and over this. Most of us should already be past this coronavirus. I feel sorry for people that are still suffering from the fears and perhaps dying because of the things that they're doing to people, more so than the virus has ever done to the people. So then we look at what Mr. Kesh gave us, the 102 pages. If you look at it, there's a part where they show cell cultures. They actually went, and I believe it's for the swine flu that was done it's part of the pig study, where they actually did do those type of scientific experiments and had actual results. And so that's what I was just trying to separate the facts from the fiction, the beliefs from the actual, what we're trying to accomplish here, and how we can bridge when they say, well, we don't know what's going on. Well, we can here's our theory. Let's work together to prove once and for all how this all works.
Hai să văd dacă merge, că nu știu, n-am făcut treaba asta până acum.
Okay?
We got it. Thank you, Stephen. Dan asked, did you listen to Mr. Kesh's interview, Stephen, out of curiosity?
And this is Ozan. May I say something?
Of course.
You know, one of the, I don't know if any of you seen a chick's eggs hatch, you know, any bird's eggs hatch. When you look at it, they start to pick at the, you know, that little chick inside, the eggs make a hole, and little by little it comes out. So when you look at the humanity was it is in this egg that is closed, and there's no way out. So what Corona did, or is doing, it just created a little hole in this egg. So a human has a habit. For 1,000 years, we have had these habits. And then if you go back to all the scriptures in the Bible, in Quran, and any of them, Baha'u'llah, even Mr. Cassius talk about a lot of them, but we don't understand it. So this habit is so engraved in so many people. I mean, it's just like they're blind or they're deaf. You know, from experience, I say, for example, I have people in my office. I've talked to them about the science. They use the plasma, but when I watch the behavior, they cannot behave any other way the way they are behaving, because it's still, we created that crack in that hole. But what we have to do, we keep going, and then if we practice what we have within us, which is humbleness. You see, there's a very good scripture on Baha'u'llah's that if I read it to you, you understand. It says, let me find it. It's amazing. It says, son of being, thy paradise is my love. Thy heavenly home, reunion with me. Enter therein and tarry not. This is that which hath been destined for play in my kingdom above and all exalted dominion. So is telling us that the paradise that we're talking about is the love, and then the being a reunion with him. What does it mean when it says reunion with him? Because we are God. That is that love that within us, that's destined for us. And actually, there is another paragraph that he talked about. I created, and he talked about it everywhere. I created the man in the image of myself. So one thing we have to know, we have to love, really love our soul. Fall in love with our soul. Mr. Cash many times say it. Fall in love with our soul. And then if we fall in love with our soul and we keep carrying the same thing and keep doing what we do, eventually that crack that has been created in that egg is going to get bigger and bigger, because we know everything has a threshold. And in time, that threshold will reach and that egg will open and humanity will come out gloriously. So no matter how much we talk about, we have to force things, or why is not this, why is not that, it's all about depend on us, how we see ourselves, how we can make ourselves, elevate ourselves. Because on this planet, there's 7 billion people, and each person has a certain vibration or certain elevation, if I want to number it. For example, according to one of the book I was reading, like Gandhi's vibration was 700. If you get to 1,999, that was Jesus. So most humanity, they're in 270, 300. Well, I mean, in the past few years, mostly came to that level. So some of us are number, like Gandhi, when he was 700, he actually counteracted about 700 million people's behavior. I mean, one person reversed 700 million people's behavior. So some of us, depending on our elevation or vibration, are actually washing away so many people's behavior, depending on where you are. So the more we actually elevate ourselves, we're just recovering more of the people. So for a long time, I was trying to change people, because one of the things I always realized, I recently realized, just like we have to watch, because do I want to change somebody or change something or do something because I want to say I'm better? or I know it, I know more, or I want to fill my life with, put myself on pedestal. What is really my intention? Where my intention is going with. So changing my step was in a way saying, tell them I know it all, or be part of them and listen to them and be more present and see their growth. Because I can't force it. So being more in that loving position and be part of them and listening to them, actually I see more growth in them, because is something that you open up, because you remove the resistance within you. Because if I want to get into conversation with them and come up with logic, and I want to bring my point of view that I'm correct, again is this I am correct. If they are God and I'm God, I have to be able to glue myself to them because we are God. So if I say I'm correct, then I kind of create a blockage here. So when I listen to them and be part of them, that layers that I've been trying to remove from myself and get more open or get closer, because as Mr. Cash said one time, the knowledge of God is constantly touching your skin. If you were sensitive to it, the knowledge of Creator, you could right away just absorb it. So we are trying to remove those layers. So when, as much as I remove my layer, and then they allow them to talk, and I see their layer also melting away, because I'm open to it, because I'm allowing it. So we have to, wherever condition, wherever position we are, we have to find out in that position how I can allow myself, not with my mind, not with logic, not I have to prove it. How can in that situation create a field, create a condition with my soul that allow these people? It's just like if you put sugar in water, what happens? The sugar melts. So you create that water for them. So those layers just melted away, just like sugar melts away. So they find their way themselves, rather than I come and want to talk to them about the technology, or tell them what to do, or what is correct, what is my political view. So we create the same thing back and forth, back and forth. What we dealt with humanity for thousands of years. That's what we see the debate on TV, what they do. They constantly badgering each other, and they have their point of view. So it's been always about my point of view. What is this point of view? So if we stop having point of view and just allowing each other to be who we are, eventually that threshold, it will get to that threshold, and it's gonna just like we were talking in a UC meeting. You know, imagine we are all. I was talking about the pie, which is round, and we are 12 of them. Now imagine we have a pie. 7 billion people have a slice there. So if you find your position as a slice of that pie, and the center is the center where the elevation of the soul of the man will happen in totality. Say, I find my position. I don't want to be you. I don't want to be the next door. I don't want to be Mr. Cash. I don't want to be anybody else. I find my position, and I allow you to find your position, and I allow next country to find their position, and I allow next village to find their position on the other person. So once each of us find our position, that center of that pie will get activated and will lighten up, and it has to go to the shooting star. I mean, we open it up. Actually, that's the key. But constantly we wanted to say how I feel or what is supposed to be. we lose our position. We all have to find is our responsibility to find our own position and love our soul and be humble. That's the only way we can really activate that center of the pie and connect to the God and open up on this planet, and that egg hatches open and we get released from this prison and get what we need to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Arzarjan.
Yes, thank you,
Alright.
Elsa. And so
And-
my point was to use the Universal Council to dissipate the energy of this balloon that's being inflated in a way. The Universal Council represents the knowledge seekers and humanity. They're inflating these claims and they're doing these things to lock down people and create more suffering. Universal Council has to be that solution that dissipates that energy through conversation, through positioning, through building mutual respect between the scientific community and the Universal Council in a way, and the scientists that support the Universal Council. And so because I become aggressive, because I can see where this is going and what they're doing, that's why it's time that the Universal Council start looking at separating the facts from fiction. And this whole driver of this balloon, this testing, that and the fact that they use a manufactured process for a test, and that the inventor, the Nobel laureate who invented the test, says it's not for viral identification. These basic things that need to be put forth by the Universal Council so that the Cox Institute can answer, because we respect the Germans. They're at the top of the scientific community. We want to know why they said these things and now they're saying other things. And there's Universal Council members from Germany. They have the ability to have these conversations, I hope, with people that are in Germany, or the doctors and the scientists that are also. There's the declaration that was signed by thousands of scientists and thousands of doctors asking the same question. Let's have a conversation. Let's have an open, transparent conversation about what's going on. And when we get to the point where they can't explain it, then we perhaps can explain that there's other things going on. With this new technology, we have the solution. Why do you want to go in these ways? Lockdowns don't work. Masking doesn't work. These vaccine things, they don't work. These are just things that are, that are being proposed to hold people down. And yes, there's lawyers that are filing class action lawsuits against, and they're already started the crimes against humanity. But that's not stopping them from what they continue, because they have all the money, they control the news outlets, they have all the people living in fear, when we were supposed to be the crisis managers. The Universal Council is supposed to be the crisis managers for humanity. They have to step up and say, there's not a crisis. There's a crisis of belief, and yet we have the solution. Hey, if you're in crisis, here, we'll come help you. We're right here to help you. But we're being muzzled and we're being held down. And it's like Mr. Kesh is in the airport in Canada. And if we all knew, we would come support him to have him released. We're being kept in that same type of airport where we can't communicate, we can't move freely. And we need to put a stop to that by dissipating that energy, by pricking that balloon and letting the air out of that thing. And that only comes from evidence-based medicine, like Oxford University is doing. They are the ones. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to evidence-based medicine. They are asking these questions, and so are many other scientists and doctors. And we need to keep supporting that. We need to get to the point where we open up dialogue, because that's what's facing us right now. Yes, this knowledge is very important. Now we need to put it into practice, how we can stand up and say, you know, we have the solution. Look, this report from June, it outlines it. Let's do it. Let's show it. But they don't want that to happen. This is a coordinated effort to prevent this technology, and they're using all the leaders of the world to do it, and they're going to continue to do it until we come together and start putting this as a forefront to stopping it and in my opinion, reducing the energy that's behind it. And I know I get excited about it, and I know we want to talk about loving and elevating the souls, but we've come to the point where we got to actually start doing something about it, not just talking about it. And if people don't agree, that's fine. That builds a conversation. Show us, let's talk about it. Let's keep going, because only good can come from it. Thank you.
Can I add something? It's Marinus.
Go right ahead. Thank you, Stephen. And
Thanks.
hopefully your words, Stephen, are heard far and wide. I sense your frustration.
Can I say something?
Please, Marnez.
Oh, thank you. First of all, good night, everybody, and have a good evening, I hope. And I just think that the problem is that we are like people in the time of Galileo. He was, at the time, there was a fashion to see the world, and they were insisting on that. And when he came and said, no, I prove that it's like that, they made to him what happened to him. So we are in the same space. People see, I think people have problem with the soul. Why? Because plasma has a soul. Inside the plasma is a soul. And then the gravitation and magnetic come and get out of it. And it becomes solid only when the plasmas lose their speed and their force. So it becomes solid at that moment. So if you ask people, are there things that you don't see? Normally they say, I see what I see, there's nothing else. But if you tell him there's much, much more you don't see, that's the problem. And there are problems with the soul, because in this culture, we have put the soul away. We are afraid of whatever is soul, not sane, whatever. So the thing is, we don't have to be very excited. It's not good for us. The thing is, the majority rule. When the majority gets knows this science or see the effect on other people, and then we become more and more those people who are motivated by money and power. You say, why? Money, power. There has been like that before also. They make Monsanto to sell OGM, we call it OGM, genetically modified. Now they do vaccines. So doesn't matter how many people lose their lives or everything. So the whole thing is power and money. So we don't have to be excited, because if somebody doesn't want to know it, it's okay. We continue our way. I saw a video on Chinese, how with the plasma water, they had grown vegetables under the snow. I did the same thing in my balcony. It was November. I did that. I had a plant, a flower, which was there for 5 months. It starts coming out. I didn't even know what it is. In November, when it's getting cold, there is no flowers outside. It came out. In January, it had 100 buttons. And I was taking picture. I was so excited. And then I learned that this plant, these flowers, geranium flower, you know, it's a summer flower, is talking to me somehow. That's how I found out that flowers have soul. I was feeling it's going to satisfy me. My friend, who is a doctor, came to me and she loves plants. I don't like her. She came and saw that. She was amazed. January is almost zero. How is it in your balcony? I say, because it doesn't care. It's winter. It has a shield which protects this. So she saw it, and because she's a very, she's a person who is always in the service of people. She believed it. So she had a cancer friend. She had a friend who had a cancer and a lot of chemotherapy and all that. And the cancer had attacked the kidney. At the time, they didn't know it, but they say she has some problem to sleep on her back and in one side. She came here and stayed here till 11 o'clock at night, that I made patches for this friend of her who had cancer. And she gave it to that girl. And she put it 2 days after I called her. I said, that night I slept with my patch, which I even didn't know if it works or not, because she has cancer. She could have less pain, so she could sleep after a long time that she was in pain. So, I mean, I saw it works. I have around people who say, okay, I want a scientific module, I want the measurements, whatever. I saw them, the flower. I saw them, all these things. And now I have made my 5 stackers. I feel how I'm getting better every day. So Steve, if you have done the 5 stackers, just go in front of it and let yourself exposed to these fields. And then people around you, after a few days, they say what changes you have made. So we don't have to be too much excited. That's how the world has been. It has always been like that. I remember one day I was so excited about the lies they say on the medium everywhere about things which is not true. And some old man says, look, in here, in this country, we have seen everything. There has never been that much lies that when there was war in this country, because everybody was lying about the people are against them. So these are not new. It has always been like that. And then I got less excited. I said, okay, if it has been even worse, so we just go on. And the problem with this science is it talks about soul. Everything has a soul. Plasma has soul. And the matter is what one aspect of this. So if maybe people learn it in an easy way, very easy way. Plasma is when it gets, it has less speed, becomes material, and things like that. Maybe they understand better with the simple things. And so don't ruin your health. Things would be done as it should be. We are very good. We have advanced marvelously. People in Iran use that, those who know it. They don't ask us questions. In China, probably. So we are advancing very well. And the truth is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to say, Mark, I want to say that as now we are going forward to meet the universal community, to merge with it, not only the universal council, every being has this capacity to enhance and elevate. Every being has. Every being has. So this is the responsibility of every being to elevate himself or herself, and then to elevate others, as Alex says, self-service in enhancement of others. So this is so important, and ignorance in the universal community, ignorance and victimization doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. You have to have knowledge, or the brittleness of one being will destroy many. So be soft, be kind, be in the knowledge. If you have the knowledge, give it to somebody or wish for it. That is the most important thing, because this time we cannot act like what the science we have told you. We understand what Stephen Hawking told, the black hole, all that crap. We are not in that anymore. We are in the living, loving dimension. We are studying. It was told every time in every knowledge seeker workshop, say, I love you, say to the soul. So ignorance is intolerable, and victimization is the most costly thing people will do now in this time. So we are all scientists. We all know we have a soul. Interact with it. Interact with it and merge. Because in the universal community, we will be energies, and we have to be a loving energy that is accepted, or otherwise not accepted at all. So this is what my conclusion is. You have to be humble, as Azar said. You have to be in love, in kindness, and all the ethos and weakness is ignorance and victimization. It doesn't work. So this is my answer to. Thank you, Mehernas. Thank you for your sweet and humble voice. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
it was nice to see Myrna's touching one person one day and perhaps another person another day. And as Mr. Kesh said, it's up to the knowledge seekers to get this information, this knowledge out. So if you don't think it's coming out fast enough, increase your efforts to bring the knowledge. But again, as people start going through the units and recovering and providing testimonials, who do you think the people are going to believe? The CDC, the IRI, or is it IRR in Germany? Or the people giving the testimonies, from billionaires to millionaires to man on the street? Who do you think they're going to believe? So be calm, it'll get delivered. That's what we're here for. And increase your efforts. I know in the background, Mr. Kesh and the teams at the Kesh Foundation are working relentlessly, and they don't stop. So we can do the same. And just sharing the knowledge, as Myrna said. With the countries, if they don't adopt the technology, they'll be left behind. So, just as individuals. And we leave it up to the soul to decide.
Hello, can you hear me? This is in Michigan.
Yes,
I need some help because I don't know exactly what to visualize. I have one of the units on order and I need to find a home for it. And I understand that the latest thought was that it needed to be way off the ground. And I had visualized it on the ground and I had created accommodations on the ground, but I may need something that is off the ground. So I need to know exactly more about what I should be visualizing. If somebody knows, please help.
I think Mr. Kesh said 2 or 3 meters off underneath the unit would be needed for them to work best.
Okay.
So you do need a basement or some sort of opening underneath the structure
Mhm.
He didn't want them directly on the ground.
And the other question was, can people live near there? Or like I have had an apartment available that does have a partial basement under it, but there's people living on two sides of it. And I don't know if that is okay. Does anybody know?
Yes, I think your neighbors will be enhanced and they'll probably thank you. And you'll see them smiling and much happier, and they may not know why unless you tell them. But yes, it'll reach out to your neighbors too as well, I think Mr. Kesh said.
The reason they'll be smiling is because their TVs and computers will go on the fritz.
Oh, really? For sure?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We have to find a bit of a little bit more remote, a bigger area. If you look at what's happening in Austria, the platform there is I believe 14,000 square feet, something like that. But we are still trying to decide on the specifications because the new units are a little bit smaller. And there are other things that have been done. One of which that I know of is that as the unit opens up like an egg, that model has been replaced with one that has a door like you would have in a fuselage on an airplane. And this is allowing the fields to perhaps be a little bit better contained. But one of the things that is definitely going on, and I can't give you the details, is that the units that were announced last October were Model Ts. And we're not going to take 100 years to catch up to the present. So all of these questions that you're asking will be answered. But as Mark said, 3 to 4 meters above the ground, and try not to have anybody underneath, and try not to have people too close to feel the interference, if you will. But I know it's a tough challenge because so many of us are going through that right now.
Yeah, and I wondered how to raise this thing up 3 or 4 meters. I need a lot of help from you guys visualizing.
Oh, an elevator, a little elevator would do. I priced one out. It's only about $30,000 in Canadian. I think that's $5.50 in American.
Yeah, you know, I'm spending all my money on the unit.
Oh, I understand. I understand. Yeah.
So,
But
and if it's going to come in December or January, then I really have to visualize in a hurry and somehow maybe have some help.
absolutely. I think, oh, you know what? I can't put words in people's mouths. All I can tell you is this problem is being worked on very extensively, and we're expecting news shortly.
Yeah, I heard there was some kind of a building. It's kind of like a McDonald's, looks like a McDonald's, looks like a McDonald's, that there might be some kind of a structure supplied or made available, and then we just have to provide the ground. Even that for me is pretty much out of my financial range at this point in time.
I don't think
And-
it'll be a problem. I think you'll find a home and it'll be right on time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And it's nice to know they will be golden arches.
Thank you. Oh, another question. Who should I be talking to find out? Who should I contact? I've tried to get a hold of Klaus Prilla, but
Yes, can I respond to you, please?
sure.
Yes, in next, most probably 30 days, all the ones who have bought the units will be contacted to structure the delivery, the premises, and the rest of it.
Wonderful.
Because
Thank
now we had to go through some testing of the units in everything else, and more or less the systems are going into production sometime this month. And by the time it's delivered to us, assembled, it'll be sometime early December, and then we ship into different destination. That by first week of January, most of destination units can start operating. Especially in the United States and what I call Canada, we have no problem by the installation because we have one of our key people within US, and we can get things done very quickly. But operationally, and the starting of the teaching of the doctors, all this starts in the back end of November, December, because the teaching of the doctors who you have to appoint in a way is done primarily by me and maybe a couple of Chinese doctors who have operated with us, collaborated with us in China. And then we'll see how the process will take shape. But primarily, the last touches of the what we call development should be completed in the next 2 weeks, and the production, mass production starts, because we have to, if we make changing one thing, we have to change everything else with it. So the production with the manufacturers is complete. Structurally, we have no problem to produce. Our most important part is the what we call the units internally. There's been a lot of innovation and innovations even in past 2 weeks on them, and it makes it much easier to operate. It makes it much easier to manage the next step, which is for us individuality of systems.
Yeah, on my end here, I don't worry about that. I'll let you worry about that. My worry is about where to put it in January or December when it's snowing outside in Michigan.
We have to work with what I call our team in locating whatever, if you don't have the premises, how we can maybe bring it into operation with another group. Like in Canada, there are 2 groups coming together, making total assembly of 6 units.
Okay.
In Arizona, we have 12 units. In Austria, we have 3 units. The same goes with what we call with Iran. We are looking around about 12 to 20 units initially to deliver. So the team will come in to operate, and there are a lot of other things happening in the background that we have to wait to complete. And then,
Yeah, so I shouldn't build a little building of my own here. I should
the
just
thing
wait.
is, the best way is most probably we have 1 unit in New York or up in north east of United States. They have one with you there. Then we have to look in overall structure, how we'll go under the, what we call coverage of Arizona, because John is responsible for the whole operation in the US, to see if and how we put it together. Operationally, there should be minimum 3 units that is viable to work. And then we see the way we see now, where with the response from the what they call knowledge seekers around the world with a new offer of what you call Keshe Foundation supporting the Keshe Foundation manufacturing Austria for the units. Are we getting a lot of people responding by allocating funds to a country so much of? And by Thursday, the foundation will release a new page where we allow people to say where they are paying to which country or for what unit. That allows us to be able to, in a way, rapidly enhance the systems to 3 or 4 per area or per country. All this is in the process of getting that. Our first problem was getting over the corona and getting systems out of China, then finding out the parameters of it. And in a way, the rest will go automatically. There are other things happening in the background. We most probably, hopefully, be able to fulfill 1 city, 1 unit for the first 100 in the first year of the Keshe Foundation operation 2021. We've been approached by organizations who can see that can be done, but it's not just the units, it's building the centers, training the doctors and the rest of it.
So my question is, should I still keep looking for a suitable place?
Yes, you keep on looking and we try to see how it can be done and how we can support to raise your system to 3 system.
Okay, because I had looked around and I had found some places, but then I had to sign a lease and all this kind of stuff, and I thought that was premature.
The position we see it within single units bought by individuals like you is to see how we can support it to increase the number to 3 as a center to be viable.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
this is one of the things that we looked at.
Yeah. Our town has a whole area in the center of it where they had raised a ton of industrial and polluting kinds of industries and moved them out. And they are looking for people to do something constructive in those locations. But it is beyond my financial ability to do anything like that. And also I need to have a serious kind of proposal for the city to do that.
We leave it to us for next few weeks, so or sometime in November, where we can see how we can come in and operate.
Okay.
I've discussed your case with Klaus.
Okay.
And we are aware of your position. We have one in what do you call it, northeast of the United States, 1 single unit there. And is how we can operate this, bring this to operation. With Canada, with 6 units, we are comfortable. We can somehow find a way to do it when we are ready. At the moment is with Alex, and he's trying to get things sorted. But once we get involved, we move very fast.
Yeah, so I should be finding a doctor to start with the training for November?
Yeah, for December.
December.
Yes, we will look to train in the first 2 weeks of December. And then hopefully by then the units will be delivered. The biggest problem at the moment for most of our work is how to, in a way, even get people to come to these centers. We have people from Mexico who want to come to the state. We have people from South America who want to come to the state. The problem is not lack of patients. The problem is how many can we accommodate? Expectation is too high.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we are looking at, how to support different centers, because we see things in the background, or we have to go for 1 city, 1 unit, and see how the foundation will bring it into more or less 3 units in a rapid way. But we are working, we're talking to different groups and see how it goes. We don't divulge anymore how we operate, what we do anymore, because we've seen it, how some of the people, even in this chat room sitting, in a way, their reality sits somewhere else, or people who listen to this afterwards. So we keep it very, very quiet, and we have seen it, how it works. And we'll see how things will develop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh.
You're welcome. We support you. Just leave it with class, and we'll see how we do it. Your position is well under our consideration, and I think we'll cover you through Arizona in the long run as a center.
What does that mean?
Arizona, US, Arizona base is the base of the Keshe Foundation for US. And in the long run, in the next few months, even Keshe Foundation global operation will move to Arizona. We're moving out of LA in the long run. And then Arizona becomes a center of operation for us. And the whole of United States operation will run through Arizona.
Okay, but that means I might still have a center here in Michigan.
Yes, you will have a center in Michigan,
Okay.
without a doubt. It's just that we understand you wanted to do the best for your nation or your city.
Yes.
Now it comes to us how we can accommodate it and how we can, bring investment in to be able to operate. Single units are very hard to run. So we have to look at how the foundation will support the Keshe Foundation Austria to be able to finance this.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry, just give us time. We start, because even this week we have improvement, development, testing and new things. And then the final design will go through production. It takes us 30 days to produce all the materials. So in November it will be done. And something like 10 units a week will leave China. This is the factory set up to meet this demand.
Wonderful.
For January. So we meet our demands, there is no problem.
Mr. Kesh?
Yes.
If Arizona is going to be focused on enhancement, maybe it's not, but will there also be lift in motion and the space technologies also being pursued there?
Our primary consideration with Arizona was with the governor's office on this. It was based on developing the space, and I chose Arizona because we are never near the desert and we can do control flights. And this was discussed with with people of the state of California, Arizona, with the governor's office in that kind of way. Then we added the enhancement unit section. Primarily we see Arizona as a center for flight tests for Keshe Foundation due to the the emptiness of the desert nearby. And we tried, one of my points with the governor's office who are looking for premises for us was to be on the edge that we fly into desert testing.
So I guess my question is if you want to go in that direction away, you have the issue with enhancement of the body taken care of and the feeding systems. If the component of the space that you want to further develop is lift and motion. Is the MagRav a good tool to use for learning still?
Yes,
how-
you misunderstood, not you, I mean, the students and knowledge seekers as a whole misunderstood the purpose of MagRav, where the MagRav systems are the backbone of the, what you call the enhancement unit. We have become, we use the MagRav technology in supporting the off-grid system of the both enhancement units in the center. They are set this way now. We have developed on this way. The backbone power supply for the MagRav system in generating plasma and current the way we need it is done through what they call it, the MagRav system. I will not teach it, I will not put it out into the open, but that's what it is. We are using MagRav generators in these two units. And this is one of the reasons for delay in finalizing the production, in completion of the, what do you call it, tests with the MagRav units, how we see. Because there's a lot of other parameters involved more than what you can understand or what is in public. The two enhancement units just this week are, what do you call it, off-grid, totally off-grid. And that's what we said from the beginning.
One more question from me, and I'm sure you probably have addressed that already in detail, and that is there no way that I can run afoul of the FDA?
This is not a medical system, this is in body enhancement.
Okay.
We are not dealing with medical equipment.
Okay, but it said in the stock market paper that it was a class 1 medical device.
Yes, it's an enhancement. There are two enhancement unit certification. One has a medical and one has a body enhancement. All the goods are exported as a body enhancement unit. It's like a sports, because we tried to get this sorted in China. Chinese authorities looked at every aspect of this enhancement unit, and there is nothing for it. It all falls within the sports game, what do you call it, material. Because we are below 24 watt, and we do not produce any radiation or anything else. And we are within the structure of the normal, whatever you use at home for your health. We fall in that category.
Okay,
But,
and some, sorry.
okay, it does not fall within the FDA regulations.
Great. And it does affect other people's computers?
No.
No? Someone said earlier it might fry other people's computers.
So a lot of people talk a lot of things what they like.
Okay.
The systems now, we are actually on Zoom. The two systems are on Zoom, but we don't let public to come in. What we said we do, it is on. The monitoring team, the development team is watching it 24 hours a day. We just what we received as nonsense. I told you, it led us to curtail a lot of things. As most of you know, whenever we've done a test, especially in this scale, we've always been open to public. We've been open our channels for people to look, to be there live with us. But we've seen how one lady has decided to go to the authorities in Austria and make all sorts of false claims and everything else. So we shut it down. Now you understand how we operate. It's not there. I can get you instant picture of what is going on in the center now. But we've seen, what do you call it, people abusing, and so we closed it down. We're just talking about it half an hour ago. We are on Zoom sessions continuously. We watch how it reacts, how systems are, what's going on in the center. But unfortunately, who you thought was the supporter of the foundation has turned up to show their true face. Every time the foundation went to the maximum to deliver the technology, the last minute we got hit. And we couldn't understand how they knew so precisely. Nobody except me knew, and organizers of the Eindhoven show, that a car was on the move for flight show, except one other person in my house. And blah, we got hit in the house. I was shocked for months. How did this happen? And you've seen it. Just before they knew the enhancement centers are ready, we got hit. But we preempted the hit. And we are there. All of you at the moment and tomorrow or tonight, we could have literally live watch and see what's happening and discuss the position and what we see. Unfortunately, it's not so. We do. The number of people, very handful of people who have access to this at the moment. We said we go public. We went public. We are on the Zoom. We are protected, and we carry on working.
And how many doctors would I want to recruit?
One.
One, okay.
Well, the doctors are just too much. What happened, the process is that when most of the people come in, they have a list of medication which they take. Doctors have to approve such a person. They do all the checking that they don't have any harm, pacemakers and everything else. And then they approve for what they've been taught. Yes, this person can get in the machine. And then is with the supervision of the doctors, after some time, the doctor decides on the reduction of the medication. And with the consultation of the patient's doctor and the doctors from the enhancement center, they start withdrawing medication. And one of the reasons we say it takes up to 14 weeks is primarily for the withdrawal of the medication, not for the use of the enhancement unit. People who are on 20, 30 tablets, you cannot withdraw all of it in one go. There is a program, there is a structure that the doctors, the patient doctor and the doctor of the enhancement center plan out how to withdraw the medication and what symptoms to look for and when to reintroduce or withdraw. This is why every patient takes between 10 to 12 weeks, sometimes 14 weeks, is primarily the withdrawal of the medication that is done by the doctors.
Would a pharmacist be sufficient?
No, has to be a medical doctor.
Has to be a doctor, okay.
What is on the plan in the second phase of the operation is sometime in the middle of next year or sometime during the next year, will set up a central medical center in city of Isfahan in Iran. And that becomes our central control, which means every patient, every person who uses systems will be monitored. So we bring the monitoring of the patients to one central station and maybe one part-time doctors. But that is what we take 30% of the fee of the patients for setting and completion of these processes and the training in the background. Doctors from one center can monitor 200-300 patients. But this is in the back end of next year if we succeed. Involves huge costs in setting up a live center, which means doctors from anywhere in the world will have access 24 hours to a group of maybe 300-400 doctors to support. So when you have a patient in the United States, goes to the central doctor for the whole of the United States, maybe 3 or 4 doctors. They monitor, they can interview live. We don't need to be a patient there. And then they say, yes, this system can be used for how long and whatever. But this is in the back end of next year. We are about 6 months, 8 months behind our schedule because of the corona.
And if I talk to a doctor, what type of time commitment would that be? They would basically just monitor the patient at the beginning and then a few times along the way?
More or less, yes. But the thing is, you have to understand when you have 3 units, you have between 20 to 25 patients on a daily basis. So you will see there is a need for a full-time doctor present. Because these 25, they go through processes. Somebody's medicine has to be reduced. Somebody has a problem physically. Then you need a physiotherapist. There's essential to be in the premises that the people can do the exercises and the rest while they're waiting for the 2 sessions. It's all getting done. It's just that we are, as I said, we are behind with Corona, but now we're catching up and the whole thing is entering its final phase. We have a commitment to complete by what they call it, end of this month, that the production starts, and we go into delivery in early December. Getting the materials for building this enhancement unit is not easy. It is not a normal material. So it takes time and it takes a lot of understanding of the operation. But certain units, especially the 3 units which go to Arizona, are set with parallel with other systems to go for flight. Each enhancement unit, in principle, should be able to complete and operate as a full space system. Flight, food, and what I call a pharmacy.
And Mr. Kesh, all that is contained within the MagRev technology, basically, the MagRev itself?
Yes.
And so as a teaching tool, what, I'm not going to go into configurations but based on the blueprint that you provided us and we really appreciate
the Kesh Foundation blueprint MagRev is for the MagRevs which you produce. Kesh Foundation produces its own MagRevs, totally different.
Yeah, yes, I understand, but just using it as a teaching tool to get people involved, because it's still such a great example of teaching and getting
in
an
a
understanding.
way, yes, in a way people understand the flow of the field. But the MagRev units and the system we have developed is not in public domain. We never teach it in public domain. And we secure it and nobody can touch it. They cannot break into the system, and even if they do, they don't understand. There is more or less a couple of hundred of processes which cannot be decoded. It cannot be, as far as we see, reverse engineered.
No, I understand that. What I meant was as using it as a teaching tool. Is there something
Yes,
that
you can use the magraphs as a teaching tool. There is no problem with it.
But
it
is there
depends what-
anything to look at that we may have neglected to focus on to become more successful with it?
No. It's the understanding, as I said, the magraph units which we have developed is on a principle of universal operation. Is not a normal operation system. And we developed this as part of the Keshe Foundation operational technology. We don't put everything we know in public. That's one thing we don't do. I learned that very past few years. We do not put our technology in public domain, especially at this level.
No, I understand that. I was just looking at using some kind of widget to help with teaching and getting people involved. It was a very good tool to excite people and motivate them to try to, because it was something that they were able to work with their hands. It's what most people could do. They could wind wires and do stuff.
Yes, I understand that. But on the other hand now, the way we see this is another way of, you're correct, to teach or to introduce. But at the moment, what we call cup of life are the most important ones, the way we see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have one more question, and that is, where does one go if I find people who want to participate in financing this? Where would they go to do that?
On the website, Keshe Foundation website, you just go for where you order a unit and the normal way. They fill it. There's going to be a new, what they call, a new form put up by Thursday, where people around the world, we had people who donated 1,000 for one city or 10,000 for another city. Now the form will go on that you donate so much for this city, and you can fill in the form, because at the moment, if you go in, you have to fill in for a unit which is 1 million, you only want to pay 10,000. And this causes problem for some people now. And the Keshe Foundation team, the IT team, are putting a form up that you say, this is what I pay and I want it to be there for that country. And this will create a list, transparent, that everybody can see how much has been received by the manufacturing team for which city. And you say, I want to add another 1,000, 10,000 to it, and then we'll make a list of the cities which we have received funds for operation. And when they reach a point of what we call the threshold, the Keshe Foundation team kicks in to bring the system into operation in that city. But we are working with a number of groups, very large organizations worldwide who have shown interest to finance a large number of systems for a city per city. Since we announced this large organization, worldwide organization, which are close to the foundation, they have shown interest, and we are negotiating in the background. But when that comes, The freedom is with the foundation, and then Universal Council decides on position in the Earth Council. But that is months away. These things don't happen overnight. As a friend of ours said, we are waiting for Gates Foundation to come in and donate.
Oh, Mr. Kesh, I just wanted to ask you one more question about the energy pack that is the virus. And if you could give us a little bit more, I know you spoke of its kind of its origin in a way,
What
and
you
how
mean?
it you said that the virus is an energy pack.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to elicit some conversation about people's understanding of what that means as opposed to a cellular matter state energy pack or a cellular biological entity. And you talked about how it's a energy, but I'm trying to see how to explain it, that it's not in the intermediary state, but it's in the plasma state of the MAGRAV as opposed to the intermediary of the MAGRAV inertia state.
The virus is, any viruses, is a plasma. And if it has a common denominator connection and strength, it'll leach on, or it gets attracted or envelops or become companion to the system. And this is how it works. There is a way that rays can become plasmas, but this in principle is not necessary to be known at this moment of time.
So I guess my question goes towards the fear that's associated with the energy pack, and how.
Well, what I would like to go for this directly. What is the fear? Why do we use the word fear? The knowledge we have has to be rejoiced, not to have a fear. And if we know it, we can analyze it. There should be no fear. This is, I was discussing with a bunch of knowledge seekers. We have a solution for every virus. Any virus, which is with the boundary and the strength of the amino acid of the man, we have an answer for. It should be rejoiced, not a fear. We've seen this. I hear words coming out in the past couple of weeks, and it's a replication of what has been put to embed in the people's brain deliberately. We see it. We are not blind. There is no fear. There's never been a fear. The fear has come in past 4 weeks, which we opened the hand of what I call the wound of misconduct. Otherwise, there's never been a fear. We got to rejoice. We got to understand that the technology is there to bring and improve and add to the knowledge of man. There's never been such a structure in the foundation. The only fear we had was a misconduct of the people from Belgium, and we've seen it. And that hasn't become to fear. I've seen this, a number of knowledge seekers come back. Why? Why do you have? You should celebrate. You should see what's happening in Iran. The government has, not the government, but the leadership have realized what has been kept in Iran and what is to come. And if you listen to the Brazilian teaching with the Iranian participation, as started now, joint collaboration between different groups of the Keshe Foundation to support each other. There is so much support. We become part of a national civil defense of Iran, officially. Because of all this fear, what they call mongering, which has started. You have a knowledge nobody has access to, nobody has known, and rejoice with it and develop it and deliver it. You're getting cities shut down one by one. Which knowledge seeker has gone on the internet? Which knowledge seeker has gone to anywhere? This is what it is. Teach the people one cup. It's become very few and everybody locked down. Don't have a fear and don't use this word because there is no fear. With this technology, we have no fear. I mean, acid body of the man has a very weak plasma field, and the knowledge we have, we can produce parallel below it. If you get hit by massive virus or massive energy pack, they're gone. Not much can be done. But if it's a persistent system like Corona, which attaches one to one cell, you have time, you have the knowledge, and you can do it yourself. Parallel, weaker. Choose 3 or 4 different samples, make 3 or 4 different mixtures, and see which one changes people's life faster. So you have found a match. It's just understanding how to manipulate field forces of the universe. And if you become good at it, field force of universe become your fuel. This is if you read the report and the confidential report given to the Iranian government in the background, most of the energy of the corona is used for feeding back to the body. We have to become wise in the knowledge, not just try to copy it. And don't have a fear. There is no absolute no fear. Fear started 4 weeks ago when we opened the hand of misconducts. Up to there was no fear. There was a lot of fear mongering in the background which we were watching, but there's never been this war should not even exist with us. If you have a fear, leave the Keshe Foundation. It means you haven't understood. It's the first time man has the freedom not to have a fear. Understand what the plasma is, understand how rays can be converted to plasma, understand how you can create out of a plasma ray that you can deplete. Finished. This is what I do, and more or less, most of you know the knowledge.
So how do you maintain to be so humble without fear, as most of us have become, but kind of like as the last man standing, you have to watch the deception around you? And do you just try to wait till it dissipates, or do you actively, I mean, other than sharing the knowledge and helping people that you can, what else can, and elevating the souls, can the Universal Council be used to help to
You see,
in that matter?
I was talking about this today with one of the knowledge seekers. We stay very humble because we know the knowledge, but at the same time, we stay very alert to understand the change of the position around. The whole understanding of the knowledge seekers is to be humble to the knowledge you received and be so open that you can share it unconditionally. Maybe you have to realize that members of Universal Council and their support teams are in their infancy. They're still trying to find a way not to wobble. And a lot of you who are members of Universal Council went under the same pressure. You received so much pressure from the same person in the past 4 weeks because you used to be a member of the Universal Council, that you had to judge what's right, what's wrong. And I said to knowledge seekers in the past 48 hours that the best thing happened to the foundation is the appearance of this lady. That they have to judge, do they listen to one thing or to the whole of the technology and the change it brings? The division of the Keshe Foundation was planned a long time ago by the Belgians. We were aware of it. And then they brought somebody else from outside to get into education side. And we monitored it. We gave a room in the education side because we could contain it. And then they went for the Universal Council. Then they went for individual people. All that's been documented. The Universal Council went through the shakeup. They had to decide, even the Universal Council support him, because it was set up very precise to shake them. And those who stayed and stayed firm understood that they're for mankind, not more one misconducted woman. They had, and so we see them growing. They'll be tested, continuously tested. Continuously be tested. Now we see in the past 48 hours has been posted looking for IT and to help. No one should help with IT because they have linked to pedophile groups. Anybody help this lady, you will open access to pedophile groups. We contained it, we didn't go public with it. And if you have any connection, block very seriously. And what we tell you is in the court. She's well connected with the pedophile groups. We didn't know, we just opened the doors in past 48 hours. What we contained with Alan Sterling, the worm was sitting inside the foundation. Criminal record, not just talk. Judgments in the court of Belgium. Anybody who's asked to help with IT, you're helping children to be abused. We are very open about it. We already informed our lawyers and everybody else. And we opened the book because we protected the Keshe Foundation from this group. Now they have come asking for, you give any support to IT, you give opening files to children to be abused. We kept everything away from nobody could touch. Just understand that the foundation is as absolute infancy, 5 years, 10 years in the birth of such a technology, which is such a revolution to bring change the life of every being on this planet is nothing. There's so much more to come. There is so much more to open up. There is so much unknown to be known. You got to understand the fundamental principle work of plasma, and in a way structured in your own life. And then you will see everything fits. If you look at the MAGRAPH system, if you're extending its fields, just look inside you. How can you do that with your soul? How do we come to a point to extend our souls to be in that point? You have to make these decisions in a split of a second. You get hit by the virus. How can I overcome it? It's me who has to stand it. As we start teaching as of this week and next week into the depth of the universal teaching, as I said in some of the other teachings, you don't carry any blood. You can't carry any circulation of the lymph. Carrying bone structure in the fields where the calcium is in a field reaction of the central core of the planet. How do you crawl? These are realities. You got to face it. It's going to come on to mankind in no time in space. Why do you think we start teaching about the 5 cups? Why do you think we start teaching about the soul? Why do you think we start teaching you for the interaction of the fields? How many millions of people as passengers you want to lose before you learn, or you want to learn before you go up to lose? This is what teaching is coming up from now on. This has never been taught, never been discussed, never been in the public domain to understand. Or you're just going around the universe like what I call animals in a cage, submarine in the water, just seeing what's happening, without actually being able to interact with it. We become a bunch of tourists who don't speak, don't see in a fish tank. Or the purpose of going to space is to interact with the rest of the family, rest of the universe. Enjoy the scenery. Don't spend 100 million light years in travel when you can do it in a split of a second. When you listen to some of the scientists, they tell you this is 10,000 light years away. And we know the light is how many speed of kilometers per second, and then make a year of it. Would you survive that long? Or your great children would survive that long? Or you develop a technology to be able to cover that space. Now we teach you that technology. Physicality has a problem. We put you in a little bit less G, you float. We put you in a little pressure, your eyes bulges out. We drop you a little bit too fast, your heart doesn't operate. There is no alternative for mankind to become the true traveler of space if they do not understand the purpose of the central energy of their body, which is the soul of the man. Then you choose the strength you want to go, and what the strength you want to manifest yourself at the point. The thinking is so deep, and fortunately or unfortunately, Corona has come to the point that will lead mankind to find a way out of this planet. The truth is, they want to chip you. Yeah. They want to give all of you injections. I see what's happening. Outside the exhibition center in Linz, every day at 2 o'clock, we get queue of 80 people, 80 cars. We can't even get into the center. They come in to give tests and they say how many people are contaminated. Now, let's put it this way. How many of you are going to be chipped? This is the whole plan. Control of mankind by control of chips. I'll give you one piece of advice. 20 kilometers above the planet Earth, they have no control. For travel of space, there's no control. Even if they get to that point. And I know what happens, what's going to happen. 2 weeks ago, the Keshe Foundation team had to fly out for a meeting with large investors. And we were told, we are clear, we are organized, we can go in. And when we arrived, the hotels refused us. They said, you have not come with the right papers. Every hotel refused us entry. And we had to go through the process, 3 days of a stay, because it was part of the work we were supposed to do. We took a boat in the sea. That's the only place we could stay. This is what is going to come to you. We taste it, we live with it. How many of you can find a boat, or how many of you will sleep on the street and the police will get you because you can't sleep on the street? Isn't this what happened in China? To many people who were traveling, they had no room in the hotel and no room in the hospital. They slept on the streets of Beijing. How many hours of video I watched with the national security of China? How are we going to do with these people on the street? How of them are contaminated? Some were killed, some were died, some were executed, whatever. I tasted this last week, 2 weeks ago, personally. So the only option left, if you cannot get through, is to leave and start life outside, that there's no control. This is one of the options that mankind has today. It's a new option, new enhancement units, new flight systems. And what happens to you when you become long-term passenger for space? You cannot live in the weightlessness and lose some of your bone mass. You cannot stay in space without guarantees of your life. You cannot stay in space with emotional missing of the earth. You cannot stay in space not knowing where is going to be the next home. Or we become a long-term tourist of the universe.
Mr. Cash, I think those who would go to space would be too worried about those who remain here. They'd want the situation sorted out before they left.
No, really, the one who go to space become detached. And it's part of the process of the enhancement unit.
Does that detachment mean that we would not have feeling in the sense of for everything back here?
It's in a way that everything is
Because I
going to
think
be
I would
okay.
hate to lose that.
The thing is, we never, the whole understanding is very simple. This is not the first time it's happened in the universe. We know the galaxies are on course of clash. We know the stars are on a course of clash. We know there are even universes which clash. Very much like an earthquake. You have no home. It's happened. In a way, mankind will come to understand that there are other emotions which is not he's aware of. That by becoming man of space, become aware of. I've explained this before. That in a way, why do you miss home? Is it your loved ones? Is it the scenery? And if you understand the emotion of the what we call presence, which man has never known, what does that emotion mean? The emotion of presence, which is unknown to man, is one of the most important emotions of the creation. Which means you present what is in front of you, what you wish. You miss your child, you miss your scenery. Through the understanding the strength of the emotion you created, does not exist. This is, as I said many, many times, there are so many emotions that mankind even is not aware of because he doesn't have the power to understand what that emotion is. And this is a power, this is an understanding that the man now has to learn. How come you dream about your father who died 20, 30, 40 years ago and he has a presence? But you cannot reach it. But that knowledge is within your structure of your soul. This is what we call the feeling of presence. How come you can dream of him telling you things and some about the past, some will happen in the future? Why can't you have that feeling that when you feel that, you don't need to might dream about your father, but you can have his presence because it's within the structure of the soul of the man. You interact with the soul of the universe to create, not within the brain of the man. These are new understandings that we open to humanity in the coming time. Why do you need to miss when you can make the presence? How many times you have been, let's say, on a kitchen table and something tells you to move something. I feel it, I move it. Because it's not me who observes that, it's the presence of the cup, the soul of it. This is one thing that other feelings and emotions mankind has to learn to extend the interaction between the soul of the physicality of the man and the soul of the man to the soul of the man and interaction of the other souls in the universe. In a way, if you understand it, the size of the brain of the man between interaction of two souls become the span of the universe. Now, remember when we said in teachings, what's the purpose of the creation of the soul on this planet? This is a nursery for the seed of the stars, galaxies. So where is the soul that left as your father and has become a star somewhere in the galaxy or the universe? Maybe still in its infancy, but the start of a new cycle. How come you have connection to it? during your dream, but not when you're awake. These are understandings which we open as we go into the space development.
That brings me to a question or an observation that I've begun to see, Mr. Kesh. The cups of man, the cup 1 and cup 2 that I made for family members, that I no longer put salt water in the cups. I just put water in the cups. The cup of physicality has become encrusted in salt completely. Is that a way of the soul trying to manifest in physicality through what is available?
You see, when you misunderstand or not misunderstand, you don't see part of the structure. When you make a cup of man, yeah, or 2 cups or 3 cups or a 5-cup structure, you have set up a flow of fields that through that process, they have to find balance in their operation. You put no salt in the water, but there is some salt that it starts the process.
Well, like a father, I didn't want to abandon my children. I keep them watered with in a way with love and physicality. I just didn't want to abandon them dry out through.
So you don't dry them out, but this is what I explained to you. You look at the cups, and it's something I've been repeating myself again and again. You have to look at the field flow amongst the cups. Ignore it. You know something? Just put a piece of glass in front of it. You don't see it. Look at what cups, how do they interact in the field?
Yes, I do. I just saw this as an observation that
the salt is in other containers, and through the field flow, it's transferred to the cup you put no salt in. Because it needs a balance. That salt on top creates the salt condition needed, the environment for that cup, for it to be part of the set. You then put in it, it flies over it, and it creates that feel for the water to be there in the salt you need.
Yes, because I don't put salt water in either cup anymore. I just keep them watered, so to speak. And so, but like I said, for whatever reason, the salt continues to grow just on the.
It doesn't for whatever reason. There's a number of reasons what it does. First of all, you put nano-coated materials in. You have the basis of sodium. And in your water, there is chlorine. All the waters around the world is filled with chlorine for keeping it fresh or whatever. So you just need, and don't forget, you created that nanomaterial on the strength of the NaOH, sodium-based space gap. You have a sodium space gap and you have a chlorine in your water. What do you expect? Even if you put the salinated water, you still will get it, because in the layers which you created the nanomaterial, the nano space is confined and dictated by the original NaOH. So you have the basis of the what you call sodium in your layer. And now you have created a magnetic field area with chlor. What do you expect? NaCl. But because it's in the form of the fields not in, gathers above it, or sometimes in it. Understand the science.
Yes, Mr. Kesh, I apologize. The reason I say for some unknown reason is that I'm trying to elicit the knowledge from you, not for myself, but for others. I don't mean
No
to
problem.
be that way.
It's good. No, we come to an understanding with the heads of the Keshe Foundation, and you see a lot of it will come up, and a lot of it started with the explanation of 5 cups a couple of weeks ago. The heads of foundations have realized there is a lot of knowledge, but a lot of it not understood fully. And we start explaining for you to understand. And the questions like you put is perfect because it brings some angle of understanding and what is missing. We start explaining the fundamentals of the foundation, which we took for granted that people understand, but apparently didn't. And this, what I explained to you about the salt, is a fundamental understanding of why you don't need to put the salt, but primarily what is needed to the extent of the salt of the cup will produce itself.
Well, that kind of goes back to how it was very hard for me to explain to people how you could produce GANs without having plates in the waters or water in the cup. How to create the condition through the fields to produce something. And I don't like to use out of nothing, but there's because there's always something. But how to
is to understand,
right.
to change the understanding to field transfer, energy transfer. Simple. Mankind looks for physicality for confirmation of existence. Now, mankind has to understand flow of the fields to confirm the essence of its existence, which is his soul. We have gone one step further in knowledge. Up to now, you had to confirm, show me, I believe you. Now, I have the fields. You have to believe what you can do with it. This is change of the game.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
My time belongs to all of you. But if you understand how to use it and how to add to the knowledge, as I said, in this technology, there'll be no magic. It's understanding the technology is the magic of it.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for answering my previous question. One other question I have is Fukushima. They have just announced.
I've seen what they say they're releasing back. We covered this some months ago. This was a plan months and months ago. There is certain amount of what they want to call contamination, but essentially in totality, the Japanese government has done with what they can. The water's up and as pure as it could be. There's a certain amount of contamination which they can handle. These are all the waters which is already has led to creation of monatomic silver and gold for them on regular basis.
So you don't see any danger to anybody from this?
Unless there is something which is not purified, no. The company in America has become a multi-billion now who's doing the cleanup for them. You got to realize they have to put it this way, otherwise they have to say how much they're making out of it. The best thing happened to the Japanese government was Fukushima made so much billions for them. They're making more money out of the long term as investment than actual assets they could have.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
This is what we see
I'm
because
sorry
we were
that
involved in
happened.
it. Pardon?
I'm sorry that happened, because if Cash Foundation had been known at that time, we wouldn't be facing the situation we're trying to get the information out about coronavirus now.
The process is, it's one of the things, that's why I was talking about this to knowledge seekers in the past few days, how the Japanese Cash Foundation disappeared out of shamefulness of what they did. One or two people. Japanese couldn't take the shame of it. It's still active. Japanese Cash Foundation team is still working in the background. But what they try to do by a number of people, by trying to damage the foundation, has brought shame to them. In general, TEPCO has done very well out of Fukushima.
Mr. Kesh, with regard to the one drop, one life, when you go to demonstrate the creation of an entity through that process that you said you would do, will the entity be free of the need to consume, or will it have to be fed and nurtured to survive?
I have asked for a fish tank to be brought and placed between the two units in the next couple of weeks for demonstration of this purpose. In the next couple of weeks, when the systems are ready for us to do, you will see a fish tank in the center of the exhibition. And we will demonstrate the presence of man or life in that fish tank. We already moved on that. And the life will be in the existence of the presence of the soul. And then it'll decide to manifestation of itself. A man, a fish, whatever. But more or less we know what it's going to be. You will see in coming days where the UFO are, you will see a fish tank. And there's a reason for it, to confirm that we can create life with one drop.
So if it manifests in, then it is bound to follow the fact that it'll need to survive through consumption, or will it be able to get everything it needs? Will it be able to breach that point of our understanding where it feeds itself? It has that capability.
The mutation from matter to energy in the presence of life is attribute of creator. And whatever we create will have the capability to feed from the environment of itself. If it's in the soul level, it'll be an energy from the environment. If it's a matter of physicality, it'll be dependent on the presence of the what energy is available for it to exist. And this is part of the knowledge for it to be understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
You got to realize that the power of members of Universal Council and the Earth Council to be able to guide man has to be above the present man's knowledge. And in the process, the members of the Universal Council will receive this elevation of the soul in their structure of their work. And you cannot help if you don't have higher access. It's natural. But at the same time, you have to be low enough, humble enough to be able to deliver the ones who need it. And this process of what we call creation of the structure for understanding of the soul of the man or any being in the universe comes primarily through the operation of Universal Council. And in so many ways, new, what we call technologies and understanding of new technologies will be primarily in the work of the foundation in the background, but delivery of it in a sensible way, how to be done, will become the responsibility of the Universal Council. Is the mankind ready? On which level this knowledge to be transferred? The work of the Universal Council has become multitasking in many directions. And for this, it brings them wisdom and a lot of knowledge how to handle things. And then become the key to operation and opening of the universal community to mankind. Knowledge, and the way we spread it in the coming weeks and months, will reach a point of maturity on 21st of March 2021. And I was asked why? Why is this date so significant? The reason for it is very simple. It's not just happened to be the springtime for humanity in the Northern Hemisphere. In general, the whole structure of the universe around that time falls into one line of transfer of totality instantaneous. In time when what we call cosmologists and others will look into it, understand what we meant. It's not only one point to start, it's realignment of many, many directions, not only through galaxies and the universe, but universe. Many universes align around that time. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, this is Alex again. I want to thank you very, very much for being here today. And I want to thank all the knowledge seekers who were here to listen to our presentations and to participate in a very, very successful day. So I want to express my gratitude for that, and to Peggy and Mark for holding the fort, and all the other souls who have been here today. Thank you so much.
As I said to knowledge seekers in past days, as we enter into universal teaching of understanding of the knowledge of the universe, we might extend the knowledge seekers teachings to 2 to 3 a week. And trying to compact as much as possible to be able to meet. If need, we will go that way. But then it's on different knowledge seeking groups to trying to catch up with the new knowledge which is shared. And to understand the knowledge of universe for humanity will be a big struggle. But it's not that all will happen at the same time to everyone, but as people understand, they gradually graduate to the next level that it makes them to be able to be passengers of the universe. So if it goes the way we think, and if we are short of time, the teachings will extend to 2 or 3 a week. And we'll see what happens.
Mr. Kesh, question, is there a prerequisite or something that we need to prepare for the new teaching coming up?
No. In a way, the new teachings is, to a lot of you, will be a lot of talk because a lot of people are not mature to that level yet. But as they mature, they see the steps and the path. But many of the knowledge seekers have evolved to that point that they can mature very rapidly. One of the biggest problems for humanity will be how to exist in the depth of the universe with no bananas, no bed. Where do you sleep? Where do you feed? How do people in the universe feed themselves? How do people in the universe correct any misfunctioning of their systems, their body, their soul? Now that has become the knowledge of man because you're becoming one of them. Unfortunately, Byers is too far in Germany to get to.
Mr. Kesh, may I ask you a question? When you talk about the hotels that they didn't allow you, it means in the future, if say I come to Vienna, the hotel is going to ask me for a chip in my hand in order to get into a hotel?
Possibly. They want certification, and certification soon will be not enough, and then you have to have an injection. They are setting up. These things are well planned.
But Mr. Kesh, we can do Airbnb. So when we give each other a room, we don't care about the hotel. Like I can go to.
The thing is, very soon, the way we see it, even to get a flight, you need one. The whole structure is set up that way. The economical collapse is time needed, and they are pushing for that time need. You can't open restaurants. You cannot go to restaurants unless it's space gap. You cannot get on a bus unless it's a space gap. You cannot go swimming unless it's a space gap. You have one, then what do they do? How do they know you have one? You'll be carrying certain braces and whatever that you're given to and you're controlled by.
But Mr. Kesh, if they announce such a thing that we have to.
They have already started it. They don't need to announce it.
But Mr. Kesh, if it goes into actual operation, half of the people in the United States, they're going to be on the street because nobody wants to have a cheap.
The United States is 5% of the world population. Insignificant. I don't know why Americans, you see yourself as everything, the world is just you. This has to change. Secondly, the rest of the world are under the same operational control. It's not that they have decided. They have brought the governments to agree to carry it out with them to do it.
But Mr. Cash, when I say half of the American, they're going to come on the street. If it happens in other countries, they as well, they're gonna oppose it. People are not stupid.
Right? Because in the city I live
You know, sorry about that. You know, we don't go into this because what I see, what I feel, I'm sure is when many of us, this thing is far more advanced than planned and it catches the eye. It's much more advanced ahead programmed. They accepted 30% reduction in world economy. And at 4 to 6%, are very happy achieving it. This is not, you want even to go to a supermarket, you have to have a chip, otherwise you can't enter. Because the people inside are afraid they catch a virus from you. They use the fear mongering and a control. You can't enter bakery, you have it. You can't have electricity unless you can prove that electricity used for people who are safe. They are well planned, organized. Then one of the things which I brought and bring it to you, one of the only ways you will find yourself in safe and secure hand to do it is the 5 cups. And you will understand what it means in its operation. And you have seen their agents telling you to break it up. Because they knew this is a breakthrough. The 5 cups is one of your solutions out of Corona for everything. And their handmade agents tell you to break it up.
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
it goes back to what Stephen was alluding to. I kind of understood where he's coming at. We need the foundation, our mouthpiece, the Universal Council, to counter this in a way where people can be ready for it, since it's inevitable, like you said.
You see, you have no media coverage. And our Universal Council members have not got the experience to break into the media on the internet. We have not seen it. They're still tied up to write a letter for days in their meetings, than going directly into direct distribution on the internet, asking the other knowledge seekers to participate to cover the process. I don't make a move for Universal Council. Universal Council has to come to the foundation and ask us what they want. Writing a letter, doing this, all can be done. I try to show the Universal Council or through the internet covered Austrian population. We don't have the expertise inside to do. So the old traditional ways are still the norm in the Universal Council. This should not be that difficult to break through the blockage by the media. But on the other hand, Universal Council has not learned to utilize the knowledge seekers. And this is it. This is so many, we expect so much. Covering the mass media is more than the media on the televisions and the internet and the other parts. Not many people watch the CNN or the news, but they all at the moment listen, write, and do the media, which is the public media. the Universal Council has not matured yet. They want to do everything themselves. They don't understand they have a huge base of knowledge seekers, and everyone now wants to stop the corona. Use the platform, teaching platform on Thursdays, which is the main line of communication. We give it to you, but people have to see direction. I teach, I spread the knowledge. Application, implication of it, we still try to do by commercializing to show you it does. But managing it and running it and spreading it is the responsibility of the Universal Council. They haven't learned yet. And one of the biggest problems for the Universal Council is the feeling of failure if it doesn't work. There is no joy of, it doesn't matter even if it saved one life, we have done what we came here for.
Well, that's why I had mentioned Germany and what's currently occurring, the silent protest and the doctors and the scientists getting together that are challenging the German government to prove what they assert about the virus and the testing and all that.
We had cases, we hear of cases that they have not even been to the doctor and they say your blood test result is positive. The people who've been told to go to the centers already positive before they arrive there. So it shows there's a pattern of work. There's without a doubt, there is a virus. We see it, we see dead people. We operate in hospitals full of what I call patients with this. It's not that they made up, but figure-wise, does not match. Our governments have gone into scaremongering themselves.
Are certain areas deliberately targeted with infection? Is my question.
This virus grows very rapidly in a given condition.
So it needs a specific temperature, a specific humidity?
It's a specific field environment. Temperature and humidity is a man's condition, matter condition.
Field.
Viruses are independent of these things. We see it in a specific position in supermarkets, where there is, you feel it, where there is vegetables fresh or meat fresh.
So it's attracted to vegetables, it's attracted to meat?
No, don't go that way. We see it in certain places where there's amino acid presence. Where do we get amino acids? We have it in vegetation, we have it in flowers, we have it in meat, we have it in cheese. The existence of mutation comes when it gets access to be able to cover a protein and live within it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
It's one thing we observed. This is part of the observation of it. And this is what we always said, cover yourself. When there is a need, you think you're infected.
So,
pardon.
as you said, Mr. Kesh, if we spray ourselves from top to toe with the waters from the GANs of cup 1, that's the true test. That
if you think you're contaminated, yes.
Right. But my question was,
no,
go ahead.
Let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have a cup 1, you have cup 2. And now you have to test to see what it is. If you feel you're contaminated, you start using the material. If you are in a contaminated environment continuously, you cover yourself with it. You don't wait to be caught with it. If you are in no zone area, which is no damage, you don't need to till the time when it appears, you need to use it. This is very clear in all the teachings we've done. So if you are in contaminated area, you need to cover yourself to create a condition that is outside your body, and it can be extracted by it or be a presence of it on your clothes. You spray, you don't spray anywhere else, and this gradually will transfer its energy. If you are contaminated, you use it to extract it, and if you are healthy, nothing happens, you're in a clean environment, you don't need it. You don't take aspirin just because you got it in drawer every morning you get up, do you?
Yes, what I meant to say is that you've provided a true test and a true solution for this. What I was trying to get to is that the testing that they're using for, you know, the people that are not sick and saying they are, and the false test, that was what we were challenging. And not that we're just challenging what they're saying is a test and what they're saying is a virus. We have a solution no matter what it is. And so just to get that conversation, but my question was for you is that when you showed the subway, that subway video of the man putting on the pole or whatever, and then I think about what was happening to the Kesh Foundation in Iran. Could it have been a poison that's similar to similar effects to it, because there's anthrax and there's meningitis, a real pathogens?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost.
At one time during a broadcast, you showed a video of a gentleman in, I think it was a subway car that was being filmed, where he went into his mouth and then put it on the pole, a saliva. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And then, okay, so there was some type of some type of transmission, or something was being used to spread something. Okay. And so you would think, well, why would someone do that? Or for whatever reason they did. Or when we looked at what Miss Mohammadi was, something that was happening to the Kesh Foundation in Iran, I was thinking, how was someone able to manipulate a virus in that group? I was just asking, do you think it possibly could have been a poison instead of a virus?
We had a discussion very recently with the Iranian team. Since we have managed to get rid of Mr. Mohammadi and number of people which they've been continuously, the team has been continuously in touch with, we have no virus infection, zero. Absolutely zero. This is what I was discussing with the Iranian team last week. These boys went to the verge of what we call the green stuff from the stomach just before dying, and we were there. And since we got rid of a number of people in the Kesh Foundation in Iran, none of our team is affected. None. So they were continuously produced and introduced. When they keep you on the edge, you don't see it. But when you're not on the edge, you can monitor. And yes, there is no doubt. It's the same as my poisoning. Now we see a lot of facts, how it was orchestrated and fake things was made around it to show others being affected too. But in fact, primarily was to poison me. The rest was a show we didn't see. Now we see.
This sort of information should be shared with other groups that are setting up, Mr. Kesh. that they should look out for these sort of things with the people they bring in?
The process is Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers, and the technology with the virus we put out clearly conflicts with what was the aim and the plan. Then we don't fight it. We deliver much more stronger technologies that it overcomes the situation. We have a window of time to do a lot of work, and we'll carry on with our work. And knowledge seekers have to understand how to apply it and how to evolve with it. And when you teach higher standard, when you teach higher level of understanding, then you will understand, people will understand what is on not so significant. And they'll find a solution. This is why we start introducing, as of this week, next week, the universal teachings. Because when you're taught a higher level, as I said, 1, 2, 3 becomes irrelevant when you're doing integration and differentiation at the university, because those were in numbers. Now we try to teach very rapidly that many of the people on this planet become educated to a higher understanding that the present science on Earth has no access to, so you can overcome. That's the only way we crushed everything into it.
So, Mr. Kesh, then the presence of the emotion of presence you talked about, could that be instincts?
What do you mean?
Well, we're just talking about how we can be elevated and educated, and how we can overcome some of this stuff. Now, we don't know what is planned. We can't predict, we just have to, we are in it. So if we start this new teaching, the emotion of presence, then we can be knowledgeable and identify that, okay, something is going on, then we have to apply this right away. So could that be
That depends on your enlightenment. There are other ways to do. If there are enough knowledge seekers and you understand the work of the plasma, what are the frequencies are made of? What are the manifestation of radio television? Wouldn't you be able to directly go out with your message, even though they don't use your technology? We can't tell you what to do, but we gave you the technology to do it with. Soon we'll understand more.
So like, for example, they're very open about what they're going to do. Like Mr. Kesh said about the chipping, they're very open and vocal. They have been since 2010. They've been telling us what's coming, but we don't want to focus on that because that takes away from what you're seeking to do.
You see, let me explain to you something. And it's caused huge problem in Iran at the moment. The technology was tested by a university, confirmed correct. If you listen to the Friday teaching of Brazil, you get the same message. Then they chose a hospital. The success in the hospital was so high that it was accepted. A proposal with my name my application was submitted to Tehran Medical School. We're told 100% is accepted, and it has to go through the committee. Committee's already agreed with it. The last 10 minutes of acceptance, they were just writing the conclusions to accept. And university high-ranking officer walks into the room. He was never invited. He was not supposed even to be there because he had nothing to do with him. And he brings an instruction from the Iranian government, delivering to the committee that this technology, this cannot be certified. Now you have to understand why a nation bent backwards kill its own citizens. Then you understand there is a bigger structure. As I said in past days, the people in charge have interrogated and then questioned the president of his interference with Keshe Foundation directly face to face. We are that high in Iran. He categorically denied he's done such a thing, but the officials outside the Iranian government, outside Iran, in other government, confirmed such a telephone call has taken place. When I explained to you, Keshe Foundation, my position is literally talked on the tables of the power of the world, you think is a joke. We sat and literally could not believe, because the president had to answer directly, what has he done with the Keshe Foundation? Why has he made telephone calls to block the Keshe Foundation? And he says, I have nothing to do with Mr. Keshe. Everything he does, we support. The government is there to support him, but he makes a call to the embassies and everything else. And now there's a decision. Is the president lying or not? Now they're opening all the communications and telephone lines. This is the reality about what's happening around us. But you have a knowledge to be ahead of it, you have a knowledge to be above it.
So in a way, the governments rely on experts, you would think, to make their decisions. What we are proposing is the questions of the experts from other experts. We've tried to educate the experts on how to approach the other experts. And in a way, just trying to establish a communication, a transparent way of communicating with the people that are in question. And so, and that's why I had mentioned the Robert Koch Institute in Germany, which pretty much has perpetuated this, you know, because they have the top experts in the world there. And it's almost like we're calling them out to say, you know, you said one thing, but the scientific papers that you cite say a different thing. And so now what we're seeing is that Nobel Prize winners, men that are past an age where they care about their funding or their thing, but they care about their reputations, like Professor Luc Montagnier, who is the discoverer of HIV, and who has come and said certain things and now he's been destroyed because he said something. And so you have retired virologists and scientists that are still alive, thankfully, that were originally the discoverers of these things, now coming out and finally saying something different. So in a way, we've elevated their souls so that they can no longer cover. And so like, you know, Dominic Dwyer in Germany, and people that they've said one thing, but the evidence of the scientific papers say a different thing. Let's have a conversation. Why are you doing this? And they have to be, and the Universal Council, I think, can perpetuate this conversation between and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the German people in the silent protests are trying to make this happen in Germany, because I think Germany is like the spear, the point of the spear, where they can make change happen. And if change happens in one country, in Germany, then I think the rest of the countries will have to be looked at. So Dolores Cahill in Ireland and other highly respected virologists and scientists are asking these questions. Let's have a conversation, because the cause cannot be worse than the solution. And so if the solution is to lock down and to do all these draconian things, those are not solutions at this time. Maybe they were good at the initial beginning, but now the things that they're doing are not. So we're trying to, so when Nobel laureates come out and say, well, you know, let's check what are these people saying? Who's the peers? The whole religious modern science is being tested just because of people that want to have the facts separated from the falsehood. You know, let's get back to evidence-based medicine and evidence-based science. And as the Keshe Foundation, well, there's more than that to just the matter state. There's other things, but this helps perpetuate that conversation that will help solve some of our political problems and our economic problems. But as Mr. Keshe said, there's big things that have been planned, and we just want to maybe throw a monkey wrench into their machinery to get it to stop. Let's take a look at it, and we don't have to go down that path. Let's find a peaceful path. Thank you.
The whole structure of this virus has been tested past 15 years with different viruses, and what responses they got from different governments, they fine-tuned it. How response they got from people, they fine-tuned it. And the process is very clear. The only solution more or less left, which can change everything, is a massive major breakthrough in one way or another by Keshe Foundation Technology for Virus or another group. We should not be illuded with that we are the only solution. And at the moment, they're silencing everything everywhere. And they will not allow it to grow because it's part of their plan, the bigger plan. The plan is control of humanity by lying and cheating and whatever they do. Fear. We see it. I single-handedly been watching for past 4 or 5 weeks how fear has run into and they try to use the fear. But unless we find a way to show their true color, who they are and why, as you said, or introduce a radical technology openly that they can change it, or do the two together. And as I always said, I even said to the Chinese, we are not the only solution to Corona, because if you have any technology which works on the basis of the GANs, be it plants or whatever, or mixture of the Keshe Foundation technology with others, it'll work. But the plan is so big to control everything. You have to realize, what have they promised to the world leaders? What is the promise to those who run the nations? Why suddenly we got attacked this way at the verge of delivering one of the most advanced technologies? And I read it to you. It says, I personally go to the government and do this and that in Austria. That's from the lady. If you stood by technology to be developed and then you do this at the last minute, shows you never were there. You think about the conspiracy in the world. I live with the reality of it in my household. And I see how they plan it. Just go and read what's been put on the internet. I personally go and see the government that the Lens exhibition stops. Hello. Are we asleep?
Not yet, Mr. Cash.
They thought we were asleep.
It's ring a bell when you are saying in the media is not seeing almost nothing about the spreading of knowledge. And right now I asking to Randy if it's possible to share in the Facebook your interview. Realizing
You can put a link. Nobody can stop you putting the link.
Okay.
You can put the links of the interview anywhere. The problem with what we see now is the advancement of technology does not count. But you have to understand the limitation of these people is within this atmosphere of this planet within 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. They cannot enforce anything about it. And if the mankind or humanity creates that condition, let them be where they are. They cannot enforce it. And the enhancement unit we are putting out is part of this technology. The new teaching is part of this to allow mankind to overcome this suppression. And as I said, when you're in it, you don't see it. When you stand outside, you see how you've been set up, how you think the world is in set up, how I was set up in my own household by one of their agents. If we tell you, you'll be shocked, but that's how it is. This is the way these people work. And if you even read the writings which is coming to you, an illiterate woman writing shows it's not, I know it's not her handwriting. I see it. I know. All the things you're getting in pages and pages is not there. It's written and just posted, glue paste. Copy paste. Then you understand how they control other things. The lady doesn't even know the difference between the think and the think. Which one has a G and which one has a K. It's written and posted to control you, to believe into lies. It's the same with the rest of media.
For not, how to say, not misunderstanding, I ask it about your interview in the...
Yes, you were told you can use the link and post it anywhere. There's no
Okay.
misunderstanding. You are misunderstood.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you very much. This is what we try to explain, how they control everything and how we have become part of it. We have, if I had this 3 months, 4 months, which I've stood back and see, if I would have done it in my time 10 years ago, I would have seen it. How come every time you're just about to deliver something, you get hit and only 1 or 2 people know? And now we see it. We open the hand of one of the biggest agents ever infiltrated the Keshe Foundation in a very clean way, all with evidence. And then you can imagine what they do with other scientists. When you read what is posted on the internet in past weeks, she can't even know how to write. It's all given to do to create the maximum damage. But now we are wise to it. You're getting the same with the media. You think silent protest will fruit much? I hope so.
Well, they're committed to occupying Berlin until the government and the scientists sit down with the other scientists that are asking these questions. There's declarations that have been signed by hundreds of scientists and thousands of doctors that have these same questions.
Yes, we can do, but what is the bigger plan? The other plans are going ahead while they're busy making protests. The only way you can win this game, you got to understand, the people who have set these things up have entered direct negotiation with Keshe Foundation in the past 3 weeks. That they could delay us, they could buy us, and they found up to now no way to buy us. We don't divulge, but we are direct negotiation with these people who are trying on the face of it to be promoting us. We're not just a bypass. I try to keep some information away from knowledge seekers, but in essence, part of it you all know. WHO has realized KF is an answer. They found the solution. So now we have to butter them up a little bit, go to Rothschild family, finance them a little bit, and then we can get what we want.
Well, it goes back to the last man standing. If we all have the technology and the capability to be and support us as last man, the more of us that are last man standing, we're like candles that or crystals that are all across this planet that you eventually people get to decide for themselves what's in their best interest, not have others. And so no matter what, I mean, you can't, if you're always giving, they can't take anything from you. And so they can't control you. If you can control your destiny, your physicality, your medical condition, the feeding systems, you don't need money. You can create your own currency through your knowledge. How can they there's no way around that they, other than to get rid of you, but if you can do the mother's hug and take care of yourself in that way, they can't, there's that you become invincible in a way, but that enough people become aware and start using the technology that it just becomes it goes from being that one drop to being the river.
The problem is not us. The solution for us is us, if you understand it. And this is the problem. We have the solution for ourselves. And fortunately, unfortunately, we are dependent on many, many other factors in our lives. The grocery, the bread, the doctors, the post, and everything else. And the knowledge seekers' work has not reached that point of knowledge that they could satisfy all their needs. And if you reach that point, then yes, you're correct.
I still just can't wrap my mind around how people can just get enough of the knowledge and walk away and not, how do people, how is that part of a human that can just take enough to satisfy a need and then find out that they didn't learn enough and then try to come back? I mean, how is that whole part of our thought process?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like if in the past people have come through the foundation and taken what they've needed and then they've left, right? They took what they wanted. Maybe they gained some insight that other people had, and they didn't share it, or they didn't continue to try to teach. I can't wrap my mind around how they were able to, once being exposed to the fields and the Ganses and everything, how they can still walk away from something that provided so much benefit to them.
The Cash Foundation support, or people who come in touch with, has a cycle of life. We've seen it. And some people came in and they got benefited by it and they seen what they wanted and they're still around, but if they need it, they use it. Some came and learned from it, and like a lady in France, sold a GAN CO2 to a cosmetic company, and she's made a fortune out of it. But she never told them it's a GAN's production, and she had no patent on it. One of our knowledge seekers in France has done that. Team of knowledge seekers in China went to bed with Chinese military and provided all they needed for Wuhan city and beyond. And they were well paid. We have knowledge seekers who in huge industries have taken the knowledge, they got benefited by it. That is the whole purpose of open source. That's the whole purpose of the knowledge of the creator given freely. It's not that they come and go, they come, they learn something, and they carry on with something else, or they come and infiltrate us for certain purposes, for certain groups. And they can't penetrate, or halfway they get caught and they disappear. I can give you a number of examples of it, how we were infiltrated internally, who came to see or take things from us or change things, and when they are satisfied, they move on. If you've seen suddenly certain members of the Keshe Foundation different group disappeared. Ask yourself why. Very simple. Why? We watch, we monitor, we look, we try to understand. But there's a cycle. People come in. But even if we go into the space technology, we open the space. There's a cycle of people will be there for a period of time and they move on to another direction. But they don't leave the foundation. They're just there as part of it. They use it, they appear. It's normal with any organization. We are not a cult, we are not a religious group that they do. They come, they learn, they use, and when it comes next week, they're there to support. Has to be that way. And we get infiltrators who come in, they pretend to, because they've been taught how to get in. Then they get the support internally, their agents move them in. We had many cases like this. You think they're very good knowledge seekers, but they actually came in as to do maximum damage. We saw it with my ex-wife, how she was planned in and used through education system. But we were aware, we were watching very closely. As head of education said, I was wondering how she was getting rid of all the ones who are good in teaching and all the ones who are working hard for the foundation. Now people are becoming wise to it.
So in a way, if we perhaps we would have made the glasses, we could have seen someone's true intention. I don't know.
More or less. But the thing is, you have to realize that any organization like this, especially scientific as we are, is open to a lot of things, especially when you open source your technology on a daily basis, weekly basis. We interfere with a lot, but we teach a lot and they learn a lot and they use it. Our biggest problem and failures in the past 10 years has been the situation which is resolved now. We don't have another person so high to damage the foundation directly from inside. It's gone. And we still see they're trying to get ground from outside. Any knowledge seeker who work with, so you will understand, you open your children to abuse, you open your family to abuse, you, what I call, everything which is immoral becomes morality. And they walk as nothing happened. We should not see any failures around the foundation such we've seen in past 10 years. I will open the court sessions into public. Then you understand how much we've been damaged internally. The full court sessions will be open. Then it becomes a heat to Universal Council members, to head of Keshe Foundations and knowledge seekers, that how well we were infiltrated. And there are other organizations like us, they're on the same path, they are on the same pressures. Shall we call it a day? It's nearly a long time. Thank you very much for your time. But you will see the teaching. The teaching has come in two ways. We have to enlighten now to teach knowledge which man has never known. And you got to realize, if you lot have so much problem, and outside Keshe Foundation there is so much problem with what you have and you call a soul, you can imagine the problems which I will face and most of you face in the next 5 months in teaching what they cannot even imagine. God help all of us that we sail through this wind and we come out of it perfect. Thank you very much.
God bless all of us, Mr. Keshe.
We all need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Randy a question, please?
I'm here, Jalal.
Hi, Randy. How are you?
Very good. And you, my friend?
Fine, thank you. Do you have a feedback from the interview?
Yes, I have lots of feedback. I have another chiropractor who wants to take a look at the technology. I have another gentleman from a corporation coming to see me about GANS protection this month. So all in all, it's been very, very well received.
Encouraging, eh?
Yes, very encouraging. Now it's time to teach.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
And I'd also like to say that I'm going to work my butt off. I want 3 machines in my backyard.
That's beautiful to hear that.
How about one in each pocket? Make it simple.
That's very good, Stephen. I agree to that one too. So the knowledge seekers and the foundation, let's work on that version.
Stephen has the knowledge.
How about 3 in a hovercraft?
I'm about to say something. I hope it's correct. I think Mr. Keshe has given us the technology to create a GANS that when sprayed on the body, and you have to show the sign of a chip, that it will show the sign of a chip because it will be an energy field technology. So I think you can appear to have the chip. You won't need it as a knowledge seeker, and we'll more or less trick the machines. We have that technology. I don't know how to do it. Some of you will know how. Some of you will know how to create our ability to use the same frequencies as the mainstream media to put our technology in front of the masses. So that is something that should be worked on as soon as possible. Thank you.
Jackie, basically to make it read differently, error reading.
Say again, Ike, I didn't understand that.
You see, basically to create a technology whereby we can, if they're testing, we manipulate the reading and it reads something different so we can pass through.
That's correct. I think the GANS technology probably would do that. Just spray it on. It has the energy field that the machine would be looking for, so we get a positive instead of a negative, and we pass through. That's right.
I'm all for that.
You know what, guys? Come to Friday teaching in Portuguese. I think we will have a very beautiful testimonial. Will shock you. I hope it will come in Friday. We are organizing this testimonial. I hope we will succeed.
Is that the testimonial that you posted from the Polish
Yes.
group?
Yes.
Good, because I couldn't follow that link that you posted. I mean, I couldn't understand it. No sprechen Sie Deutsch.
They speak English. There is English translation. Dan was very good in translation. But I hope we can bring it again in the Portuguese teaching on Friday.
I'm so excited. These multinational corporations are starting to incorporate the technology into the things they're using, like the batteries, because little do they know they're incorporating a Trojan horse for good within their technology, and it's going to have a wonderful effect across the world.
And that's my point. If we know these companies using this technology, let's make a checklist of it. Make this thing go viral, show the power of the technology and who's using it and the essence of the whole technology. I guess people will start believing in that. Let them be on the defensive. Let them then come back to say that they are not doing that or whatever. That's when you put their legs out. That's what I think.
I think Jackie picked up on the point of using the 60 hertz to get this knowledge out. And of course, getting above the planet or leaving the planet is seeming a good option more and more. So I think we'll do both. But there is a lot of intrigue and a lot of nastiness in the background. I'm not giving it any energy, but Mr. Kesh exposed quite a bit more today. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Slowly but surely, we shall succeed. Mr. Kesh is the man with the plan. He's got the totality in his hand. Everyone be encouraged and take heart. The best is yet to come. We're fighting for our planet.
As Kay always say, bless you all.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay, what I'm going to do is just play a little 3-minute clip. I think it's called Traveling in Space, and then we'll end the meeting. Is there anyone else who'd like to add anything before we do that?
Yes, I would like to say to Randy, the clip what you brought in the interview was very beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal. Remember, we were all there with Soul.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank all the knowledge seekers who attended in the Zoom room and called in on the radio station, because we did it as a collective. We did it as one. Namaste.
Well done. Good job. Good job.
Very well done.
One of the things to consider when we speak about going to space is what do we define the space as? And what do we see or what we consider as a space? We take a space in our physical body on this planet, and at the same time, within the structure of our physical body, there is another dimension of life which we call the soul of the man. And even though it lives within the space dimensions of the body of the man, has its own life and has its own line of communication. And what we define space, going to space, we already know the inner sanctum or the creator of our physicality travels the depth of the universe, has been the space travel all the time, has a line of communication with other parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can open that cage and let it loose at the point of death. When the operation of this cage rots away, and it cannot hold together, and this beautiful bird becomes free. Still, it takes life in the universal dimension because it has a life. It exists on its own. Or we can carry the cage in a box and take it anywhere. I can take a bird cage in the car, I can take a bird cage in my hand and walk around the park. It doesn't change the entity and existence of that bird. It's still a bird, still sings, still communicates with other birds in the park. And this is how our soul is. So we give option. Those who understand the process of the creation can take that cage, that bird, out of the cage and free it, because we trusted it come back in. It's very much when you have a parrot at home, you open the door, you let him fly around the house, and he comes back again and he goes in the cage. Because you trust it. It knows that's where it belongs to. And this is the process that we have made an option to man. The soul of the man is that bird, but is encaged in physicality of body of man. And for the first time, man knows, man can see that it's him who hasn't trusted the bird to be freed. And it has come the time that he does not need to see the cage to break up, to rust, that the bird can fly out, or by accident open the cage's door is open and the bird flies out. That accident is when we die on the street. The bird cage opens up. That bird still gets freed. But now we are teaching how the man has control over this door of the cage. And he trusts that the soul will come back to the body. Or the bird will stay, that it can create that atmosphere of the home, the cage. This is the problem we have, and this is what we call it different ways of traveling. But to be able to free that bird without accident, or when the cage cracks, rust, and we call it death, we are teaching how to be able to control, to trust that that bird, when we release it, can come home, or can make a home that we can go to. When my children were young, 4 or 5 years old, they wanted a bird, a cockatoo. I bought them a cockatoo. And this bird in the cage was very young, few weeks old when we got him. And we used to let it free in the house. He knew he goes back in and he sleeps there and he lays egg there. And it came to the point, because of the diseases carried, we had to, the doctors told us, this bird cannot stay in the house because it's causing problem in the house, health problems. So we decided that we loved the bird. We didn't want to let it go, it was part of us. So we decided if we let it free, it will die, because he didn't know how to look after himself, because he was hand-fed. We decided we'd take him to a sanctuary, and we give it to a sanctuary to be kept. We carried the cage across a park, and as we were walking to go to the sanctuary in the park to be given to them, an old lady saw us. She says, "Oh, what a beautiful bird." We said, "We have a problem, we love him, but if you leave him here, we don't know if you see him." She says, "I'll look after it, give it to me. You can come and see it anytime you like." And it was just like a gift. So we got the old lady in the car, we went to her house, we put the cage there, we showed them how to look after the bird, and the bird was free again in the room. And every now and then, children said, "Papa, can we go and see him?" So we called the lady, we go and see him, and the bird is there. And it was a new home, it was our home. And this is how the soul of the man should be. Is trusting that where he goes, he can make a home for us. So in this process, we are teaching different ways of freeing the bird or carrying the cage. The bird is still there. If you want to carry a cage and go somewhere, you get in the car. That's your spaceship. Still the cage is there and the bird inside. The cage is the body of the man and the bird is the soul of the man. Because we haven't trusted that we get the bird back. We carry the cage in the spaceship. Or there is another line of teaching, which is the understanding the structure of the cage, that you can make the cage not to rot, that then he frees the bird, but it can open up and you can carry the bird is free, you don't need to fuel it, you don't need to do anything, it travels the space of the room, the space of the garden, the space of the city, and it comes back home again. In a way, when we teach about the soul of the man, is in getting the man to trust himself. And to trust himself, he has to become detached. He has to come detached from physicality, detached from the wealth detached from everything else, that the wealth is within me, not belonging to me. And this is where every man makes a mistake. In many of the teachings I have referred, if you understand that you can put the soul of the man to act with the soul of physicality of the man, you can make anything you like. The soul of the man is the sun, and the soul of physicality in the palm of the hand of the man is the earth. You move it in the direction, you create water, you create food, but you don't need to have it. It creates the energy that the physicality of the man can absorb. We give the earth in the hand, in the palm of the man. He creates what he needs, he takes what he needs from it. Then, if you understand this, you allow the soul of the man to carry the soul of the physicality of the man with it, and whenever it comes, it makes that hand, that palm, 1,000 meter, 1 meter, in the cage of physicality or in the cage of non-dimension. So it's not methods of flight, it's the method of man understanding his own potential, his own grace. So because we have so many people who are so physically attached, we teach about the spaceship for years. This is what it was. They still wanted to see they can get into something. But as I said, I teach for the universe, not for the man. What we teach in the dimension of soul of the man, many travelers of the universe which hear the soul of me are educated, they understand what they missed. But as this is the last time we bring a messenger on earth, we teach everything for mankind to carry. All the rules are in the book. There shall be no more messengers. It's for man to translate knowledge. Scientifically, and then through the understanding of the soul of the man. What we call theology, ethics. Ethics of using the science in a way that does not harm no one, but it implies and applies the survival of the others. I was talking about this a few days ago, that there is a paper written by me, the station of the scientist as a prophet. The prophets we call Muhammad, Christ, or anybody, are for the soul of the man, conduct of the behavior. Scientists like Peter Tesla and others are to elevate the same, but the physicality of the man. This time we have put the two together in one go, then there is no difference. We teach the ethics, the soul conduct, and physicality. It's for the man to understand where the two merge and when it's needed to be done. The totality which counts, not the individuality. What you can serve counts, not what serves you. So in this way, if you are physical, we have given you the space, all these reactors. If you have moved in the dimension of understanding part of it, you have the dynamic system, you get some energies, you put a glass of water, you mix the energy and something else together, you're still the camel bird. You put the orange, take the energy, but you still want that the physicality that you're doing something with it, you drink the water. And for the soul of those who understand the totality, then they don't need the cage, they're the free bird. And this is the essence of all the teaching. It's not different ways of flight, it's understanding the existence of the universe. Then if you travel with a spaceship, who do you see? The citizens of the universe in a physical dimension. If you travel with the soul that you can create the physicality, you take that out of the equation. You travel, but you know you have connection with everybody. It's very much, as I said once, it's like you get out of London and you go to New York. You're there on your own, but you still pick your phone and speak to the family in London. It's not finished. Now, the soul of the man, given the man the same opportunity. We teach for the time to come, and we teach from now till that time to come. And that time comes, is not anymore the end of the world, something will happen. It's the maturity of the one's understanding of his own creation.